Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Grade A Niche Selection. So what we're going to be doing in this video is picking a niche and defining the best niche for you, and I'm going to help you basically pick a niche. Now, you might already have an idea as to what niche you want to go into. Maybe you've got a bias towards a specific group of people. Maybe you want to start a certain type of business and you really know what you want. Or maybe you don't know anything at all. Maybe you have no bias and you really don't know what niche you should pick or what would be good for you, what would be bad for you. Both are fine. I'm going to show you in this video what makes a good niche, how to actually pick one, how to pick one that's right for you, how to make sure that it's one that you're going to stick to, and how to actually just like solve this first problem. What we're going to be doing in this video is really, we're putting rubber to road for the first time. We're actually going to be taking some action, and this is the first step to laying these very, very critical foundations to your future success. So let's get into it. So first of all, we're going to define why you should actually niche down in the first place, because some of you might be thinking, well, what's the point in that? Which would be a fair thing to think. Then we're going to be talking about niche selection mistakes and what to avoid. We're going to talk about booming niches, picking your niche, the best and worst niche. So I'm going to straight up tell you, which niche is best and which niche is worst, and then the niche selection process and also picking and sticking. So it's important that you've watched the previous two videos or the introduction video as well, Elucidatory Axiom, Six-Figure Fusion. Please make sure you've watched them before this video. Don't just try and skip them because they're long, okay? Very important that you've done that first, but I'm assuming you have, so let's just get straight into it, shall we? So here we've got the Grade A Niche Selection resource, which will be available in the resources section below. So there's going to be quite a few PDFs or Google Docs that you can use to select your niche that I'm going to give you, and if you want to have access to them, then you can see them in the resources section of this video, okay? So, welcome to Grade A Niche Selection. Here we're going to cover the importance of having a niche, and I'm going to give you a complete A to Z process on what you need to know and how to basically pick one. We're also going to discuss the best niche and the worst niche to pick, and I'm going to give you some guidance on that as well. So first of all, why pick a niche? You might be thinking, Charlie, like, what's the point in having a niche? Surely it just makes sense for me to, just target everyone and anyone, and surely I'm going to have more success, like, the wider my net is cast. Well, the truth is that nothing could really be further from the truth. Because I know people say this all the time when they're starting businesses, right? Surely it's better to target everyone. Surely if I pick multiple niches, I'll make more money. Surely targeting less people leads to less money and customers. And surely if I pick two niches, I'll make double the progress. You might be asking yourself these questions, and that's fair enough. A lot of people who, are just starting out, they have these sort of questions. Like, surely it makes sense. Like, if I want more money, like, surely I should have more markets. But honestly, these questions, I promise you, are wrong on every single account. They are totally wrong. So throw these questions away and get rid of this method of thinking. I know it seems counterintuitive to the average, civilian or, average human that, less is more, but trust me, it really is. Now, if you remove the context of business, then this starts to make sense. Because let me ask you this, like, who makes more money, a brain surgeon or a general practitioner doctor? So, if you think a brain surgeon, like, this person's going to be making like multi-six figures, working on like very specific cases, but a GP, a general practitioner, they might be making like 50K a year, or I don't know how much they make actually, like 80K a year. Still a good amount of money, but the brain surgeon's going to run rings around them financially and in terms of probably enjoyment of work and all this stuff as well. And who wins more medals? Athletes with one sport or athletes with two sports? Like, imagine if Michael Phelps did swimming, but he was also trying to do the 100 meters. He wouldn't win either of them, right? It's focus that matters. And who survives in nature? A species that occupies one specific niche or multiple? Like if you're a bird, for example, and your beak is adapted to eat food on two different types of islands, that might sound like a good thing, but you're going to get outcompeted on each island by birds that have specific beaks to that island, if that makes sense. Now, there's a whole biological reason behind this, but if you're wondering where the word niche actually comes from, or niche, it comes from biology. It comes from an observation in nature that Darwin and other naturalists have made that states that organisms are adapted to their specific niche. They have a role, or a functional role to play, which is the biological term, inside of an environment. And so if all of the species that have ever evolved have been adapted to exist in a specific niche, or at least 99.999% of them, then it kind of makes sense that we should follow that pattern of nature into our business. And which musicians make the best music? Those with one genre or those with 2+? So, if you're like a heavy metal band and you're making heavy metal music, but you're also trying to make drum and bass, then you're going to make like crappy heavy metal and crappy drum and bass. You're not going to make like good music in both genres. Like, it's focus. And who sells more books on Roman history? A Roman historian whose sole job is just to talk about Roman history, or a general historian? Like, who's going to sell more Roman history books? Someone who's spent their entire life studying just one era of classical antiquity, or someone who's studied every little thing about history, And who would you bet on in a boxing match? So if there was a boxing match, like a fight, and it was explicitly just boxing, who would you bet on? A professional boxer who just boxes, or a pro MMA fighter who's trained all these martial arts? And I'm not saying that MMA is less effective than boxing. I'm just saying in a boxing match specifically, who you got? And who catches the rabbit? He who chases one or he who chases two? So this is a very famous, you could call it an axiom, it's more of a cliche, but the man who chases two rabbits catches none. And what that basically means is, like, well, actually think about that for a second, right? Imagine you're in a field trying to catch rabbits. Like, you can't chase two. It's impossible. There's only one of you. So this is the same thing with the niche thing. And who would you rather help with your knee pain? So let's say that you've really ruined your knee, you've broken your knee in an accident. Who would you rather go to? A knee specialist or a leg specialist? Now, you'd rather go to a leg specialist than a general practitioner doctor, but you'd rather go to a knee specialist than a leg specialist. Like, the more specific the niche and the more dialed in this thing is, the better off you're going to be. And who does the government call to fix, big military-based problems? Do they call Navy SEALs or soldiers? Do they call people that have been trained to do one specific type of, mission, or, soldiers who are trained to fight anywhere? And who would you rather perform your brain surgery? A brain surgeon or a general surgeon? And where would you get a better steak? A steakhouse or a general restaurant? Why is this the case? Why would we rather pick a specialist instead of a generalist? Well, it's because someone with focus will always beat someone without it. So when I tell you to pick a niche in business, You know, some people will, when I tell a group of people like you guys, like a lot of people are like, oh, I don't need a niche, I'm just going to target everyone. Well, like just take the content, just remove the idea of business and look anywhere in the world. The best people who've done anything, you know, the greatest surgeons, the greatest athletes, the greatest historians, the greatest musicians, the greatest like military people, like they just do one thing. You know, it's kind of like the reason why McDonald's has started to fall apart, you know, in recent history in terms of economic history. Like, you know, you've got restaurant chains popping up like Five Guys and other like burger places that literally just sell one burger. But like McDonald's has got this like massive menu now, like that, you know, is got like 50 items on it. And then you've got these other burger places popping up, like these burgers. And all they do is they just sell one burger, and they've got very good at just making one burger. And because they only have one thing, they're way better at that thing than McDonald's, which now has like 30 things. And so like those restaurants can charge more for that specific burger. People want to keep coming back, and it's just focus, you know. And McDonald's, they're having rings run around them at the moment financially, you know, with these like small little burger restaurants popping up, these chains. So I know what you might be thinking, you know, like you're going to be looking for exceptions to this rule. A lot of people say this, like, but Amazon sells everything. Amazon is the biggest business in the world, and they don't have a niche. Well, Amazon just started with books. So the thing about having a niche is you're not going to be married to this thing for the next 85 years, or, you know, hopefully you have 85 years left on this planet. But you're not going to be married to this thing forever, you know. Like when Jeff Bezos started Amazon, it literally was just an e-commerce store for books. That was their niche. We sell books. And over time, they started adding more and more things until, you know, obviously some emergence happens, and we've got this massive conglomerate, $1 trillion probably empire. Same thing, Facebook. But Facebook serves every niche. Facebook is a product or platform that everyone uses. There's no niche on Facebook. Well, Facebook started with Ivy League college students. Like they started literally just in Harvard. It doesn't get much more niche than that. Like all of these massive companies that you see and observe, all of them, they all started with serving one type of person. Tesla is another example. So when Tesla was created, Tesla basically started with just the Roadster. It was literally just one sort of like supercar build for very rich people in Hollywood, pretty much in LA. And now, you know, they've branched out where they've got like multiple models and all sorts of stuff. And so you can find lots of examples of these massive businesses that don't have niches, but nearly all of them started out with one specific functional role or one niche, and they branched from there. And then you might say, well, Kanye West does more than rapping. You know, Kanye West, he now does like fashion design, and he's also like a public figure, and he's doing this. I don't really know what he does, to be honest. I'm not really paying attention to him, but you know, I know a lot of people like Kanye, and they see him and they see all of the stuff he does, and it's like, but he does more than one thing. Well, he started just rapping. Like he started out with one thing, and then, you know, branched out into more. And then like this is the big one. People are like, but Elon Musk has multiple businesses, and like Elon Musk has multiple niches. Are you Elon Musk? You know, like, I mean, like I can't figure out how to do that thing, you know. Like we are just trying to build one business with one product and just get that thing to 6 figures. Let's not concern ourselves with what the richest man in the world is doing, because the chances are is we're not that guy, you know. Like there's this belief system that is very prevalent in this market that says that the average millionaire has 7 income streams. It's just not true. Like I know hundreds of millionaires, that most of them my friends. I'm a millionaire myself. Like we don't have 7 income streams. We have like one business with one niche, with one product that solves one problem. Sure, eventually maybe you go on to buy property. And other investments, and you know, some more passive income stuff, and you've got bonds, and like, yeah, it's another binarily one, but you need to get rid of this idea in your head that you need multiple businesses or multiple niches, because trust me, less is more. And then it's the same thing with like Mr. Beast. Like, oh, but Mr. Beast's like, you know, he sells chocolate that has no niche, and it's like he makes YouTube videos and there's no niche. It's like, well, are you Mr. Beast? And do you want to be famous? Do you want to build a YouTube channel, or do you want to build a consulting business, you know, solve a problem and make a lot of money? So, you know, there's obviously exceptions to this rule, but they're so far and few between that you can't really base your actions and rationale on them, because they're so rare. And then, you know, one thing you could say is, but cockroaches survive in all niches. You know, there's only really 2 species or organisms on this planet that can survive in nearly any niche, and that is a cockroach and us. And I mean, there's hundreds of thousands, I mean, millions of species, right? And only 2 of them can survive everywhere. Like, so maybe we shouldn't look at the exceptions. And also, like, you know, cockroaches survive in all niches. Do you want to be one of those? I'm just kidding. But, you know, there's always going to be exceptions, but they're going to be so rare that it doesn't make sense for you to base the entirety of your foundational structure upon them. It's not a very good thing to do, okay? So let me draw this point home and give you some visuals. So what we can see here is a couple of visuals of what 1 niche looks like, what 2 niches looks like, and what 3 niches looks like, okay? So this represents entrepreneur 1, this diagram you can see here, okay? Now entrepreneur 1 is smart, and they pick one niche and one problem within that niche to solve. Therefore, entrepreneur 1 puts all of his or her time and energy into this one thing, and this is basically called focus. If you're wondering what focus is, it's just basically, you know, concentrating your time and energy, as in like your hours and your calorific potential, into something specific, consistently for a long time. And because of this, entrepreneur 1 becomes a complete expert. They get better results, they understand the market better, they find sales calls easier, they find appointment booking easier, they make better content, and overall they just are more successful because, you know, they've been focused. And so this is what this looks like, you know. If this circle here represents an entrepreneur, well, that entrepreneur every day or every month has, let's say, 100 units of energy and time. And this arrow denotes the amount of progress they make in a direction. And so if they only have one direction to go in, then they can go very, very far in that direction. If they put all of their energy and time into one direction, they're going to go very far. And what this allows them to do is basically make 100 units of progress in terms of their expertise, their results, their market understanding, how good they are at selling to these people, booking appointments. Like every single component and facet of your business is significantly easier and more straightforward when you only have one variable surrounding it. And so think about this for a second. Let's say that you have 3 niches. Well, now you've got 3 businesses, which is not a good thing. That might sound like, yeah, I've got 3 businesses, but trust me, I know people that have 3 businesses and they do not make anywhere near as much money as people that just have one on average, typically, okay? Oh, but Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk you're not Jeff, you're not Elon, right? We're just trying to figure out how to make 10 damn K a month, and you can't even do that with one business, so who are you think you can do it with 3? I mean, I don't want to be harsh, but you need to consider this, right? And so here we have Entrepreneur 2. Now, this is a problem, and you should be able to start to understand why. Entrepreneur 2 didn't have the humility to listen. Because this is what happens, right? People, I can guarantee it. You're probably not going to do this, but there are going to be people that go through this program and don't have the humility to listen. And this is what happens. Entrepreneur 2 didn't have the humility to listen and assumed they knew more than nature itself, every expert in this space, and a guy that's made $25 million helping more than 2,500 people do this. So I'm not here to toot my own horn and tell you that I am a complete, total, be-all, end-all source of truth in the world. That's not my point. But what I'm saying here is I've done this for 7 years. I've made $25 million. I've helped more than 2,500 people do this, and they've paid me tens of thousands of dollars, to help them grow and scale. And every single time that someone has tried to have multiple niches, it doesn't work. So please, don't let your preconceptions or bias or ego interfere with this piece of information, because I cannot tell you how many people have tried it and I'm just going to do 2 niches. And then they come to me like, oh, Charlie, my business isn't working. I'm like, well, what niche are you in? They're like, oh, I'm in real estate and plumbing. It's like, well, you're just an idiot. You didn't listen. They're like, yeah, I know, but I just thought it would be better. It's like, you don't know better than someone that's been doing it for 7 years. And more importantly, I still humble myself before this, you don't know better than nature itself. A business is like a living organism. Living organisms need niches to survive in, otherwise they have no role. So by picking 2 niches, Entrepreneur 2 has made the fatal mistake of splitting his or her focus. And this means they suffer from a lack of expertise and focus in 2 places. So what we can see here is Entrepreneur 1, they make a lot of progress in this direction because they only have one direction. But the second you have 2 directions or 2 things to do, you still make progress in these directions, but just significantly less in each one. And they make 40% of progress in this direction, in niche 1, and then maybe 60% of the progress in niche 2, at least compared to what they could have done if they just had one thing. And I don't know about you, but I would rather be I'd rather make 100 kilometers of progress in one direction, in one goal. I'd rather my expertise to be extremely deep and to be really, really competitive on one thing than to kind of be all right at 2. I'd rather be great at one thing than just good at 2 things. Because the difference between good and great is so exponential you cannot even comprehend it. So if Entrepreneur 2 went to the Olympics, they'd probably try and pick pole vault and the 100-meter dash, and they'd come last both times. So my point here is you only have so much energy and time. And when you split your focus between 2 niches or 2 things, that energy and time it's going to 2 different places. And because of the way exponents work and the way focus works, it acts as a force multiplier. The more you split that thing up, the less effect it has on the things you're working on. So you can still, make some progress here, but it's way easier to pick one thing. People think that by picking 2 niches, that they're hedging. If I pick 2, I have double the chances of success. It's like, no, you really don't. It would be like going to the Olympics and being like, okay, well, if I practice boxing and I also practice compete with someone in shot put or javelin throw, if all they've done is javelin throw and half of what you've done is javelin throw. You have to understand that. Go to the Olympics, pick 2 sports. In each category, you're up against 7 or 8 other people who have just done that sport. And just because you've done 2, you're half as good as all of them, even though you've got 2. It doesn't make any sense. And the same thing is true with picking a niche. And Entrepreneur 3, I mean, they've just lost the plot. If you've got 3 niches or you're a generalist, you're just totally fucked. You really are. This is the same thing like marketing agencies that don't have a niche. It's like now every single customer requires a different sales process, a different appointment booking process. You cannot make content because you can't talk to people specifically or target them. Having a generalist agency or a generalist consulting business is similar to having a massive crowd of people and then being like, hey everyone, imagine a loud crowd where nobody can really kind of hear you, which is what business is. And you're in a crowd like an airport and it's really busy and you're kind of trying to get everyone's attention. You're shouting hey everyone over here, everyone look. You're probably not going to, because you're just calling out everyone. No one's going to look. People are going to be like, what the hell is wrong with that guy? I don't associate with him, whatever. But then imagine that, you shouted hey, Jennifer. Suddenly everyone called Jennifer is going to look because you've targeted them, you've called them out specifically. And the same thing is true with having a niche. And if you have a generalist business, you can't make content that compels. You just can't do it. It's how, the difference in a YouTube video between how to get leads for a business, imagine a YouTube title. Imagine you've got 2 YouTube titles. How to get leads for your business in 2024. Or how to get leads for your gym business in 2024. Which one do you think is going to get more views? Well, you might say, oh, but the other one's got a broader audience. But that's the problem. The broader the audience, the harder it is for you to actually get their attention because you can't call them out specifically. And so you need where you can to be specific and not general. So you've got to pick one. If you have 2 or multiple niches, you're always going to be up against other people who are niche down to 1. And you will get absolutely steamrolled every single time. So say, for example, you pick the real estate niche and the gym niche. And I'm just using some top-of-mind examples. I'm not recommending these niches. I'm not telling you to not do them. Just examples, right? So let's say that you pick the real estate niche and the gym niche. Well, now you're going to get absolutely steamrolled on the real estate front by people who just work with real estate, and you're going to get absolutely steamrolled on the gym front by people who just work with gyms. It really is like going to the Olympics, picking two sports, and expecting to have double the chances of winning because you have two sports. But when you think about it like that, it makes a ton of sense. Because like, I'm in the Olympics, I'm doing ping pong, and I'm also doing trampolining. It's like, okay, well now you've got to play ping pong against people that have only ever done ping pong, whilst you've done ping pong and trampolining. And it's like, sure, if you were playing ping pong on the trampoline, then you'd probably thrash them. But that's not an Olympic sport, right? So just one thing. Now, the other thing as well is a lot of people want to pick multiple niches because they think that, it's not big enough. The thing is niches are big enough, and you don't need more than one, and I'm going to explain the math to prove it. So let's say, for example, there are 50,000 people in your niche, and you want to make $100,000 a year. So let's say that you pick gyms, for example, right? Gyms in the United States and Canada, there's around 50, 60,000 of them at present. There might be more, might be less, but let's say there's 50,000 gyms. Now, you want to make 100K a year. So let's say that you need, 33 clients a year to do this. So let's say that your average, ticket is like $3,000, which is kind of, I'm going to show you how to charge thousands of dollars. Don't worry about that. But let's say that your average client is worth $3,000, which I know might sound too much, but trust me, people will pay you that if you give them something good, and we'll talk about that in the future. But if you need 33 clients a year, then you need 0.066% of the market to get your goal. So if you're in a niche with 50,000 people and you want to make 100K a year, then you need less than 1% of 1% of the entire market to hit your goal. And trust me, you do not need multiple markets. Your goals will fit inside your niche. Okay? So like, for example, if I want to make $1 million a month, which is kind of what I'm making right now, and there's 100,000 people in my market, and each customer is worth $10,000, like I don't need more than a few percent of that entire market to actually achieve my goals. Like markets are incomprehendibly massive, and your goals are incomprehendibly small in comparison to them. And this is why you don't need to worry about competition or people being better than you or doing better than you, or like this whole idea of a blue ocean strategy where you find a niche that nobody else is in. It's the dumbest strategy in the world. Like, the idea of like picking a niche that no competitors are in, that's just dumb, because like competition is a sign of life. Like imagine like being a fish and you're trying to pick which pond to live in. Like you're going to want to pick a pond with some other fish in it, because if there's a pond with no fish in it, it might be the case that fish just can't live in that pond because of the acidity or the oxygen level or something like that. Like we're looking for signs of life when picking a niche and picking a market, and you never need to concern yourself with like the size of the market. Because like, for example, like when I had my gym agency, we competed with Gym Launch, which was the biggest business at the time, and Gym Launch had signed like 4,000 gyms, and there were like 40,000 gyms, so they'd still only signed like like 10% of the market. Like even though they were the biggest, scariest competitor and they were miles ahead of us in terms of everything, they still didn't have more than 10% of the market under their thumb. 90% of gyms still hadn't worked with them. So it's like, even the biggest competitors, they're not as scary as you think. So now, there might be a little bit of doubt and skepticism because, this might seem hypocritical, because my company, Imperium Acquisition, has two niches. We have two niches. So we serve agency owners and we serve coaches and consultants. Now to me, like agency owners, coach consultants all fit into one thing, because really all they're doing is, selling and, providing critical information to solve a problem. And the only difference is whether or not the agency owner does the work or the consultant teaches the thing, right? But, you could argue that this is two niches, and that's fair enough. So, maybe I have two. But the only reason we have two is because A, they're extremely similar and hardly different. So this is the same thing as like you could work with gyms and yoga studios. Like they're so similar that they're basically in the same space, if that makes sense. Now don't make this mistake of you want to be more specific where you can. But the thing is, the reason we did this is I only worked with agency owners at the beginning. So for the first 2 years of this business, we only helped agency owners. We did not market to coaches and consultants at all. Not at all. And it's only really been like the last year, I suppose, or 6 months, and we started doing this. And we scaled with agencies to 600K a month. So I got to the point where I was making $7 to $8 million a year just in the agency owner, the SMA space. And the thing is there was nobody else that had ever got to this point, and there was nobody else that had ever gone beyond this point. And also we plateaued. Like the market just couldn't support anything beyond this. Like we had the YouTube channel was purely for SMA, we had ads running, we had setters running, and like we just could not push beyond this, and it was purely because we kind of hit the limit and the cap of this market. So we were like, okay, well we need to add another niche. And this is exactly what happened with like Amazon when they were selling books. Is they were like, well, we're selling books to everyone that wants them, so Jeff was like, I can't really sell any more damn books, so let's start selling something else. And so that's why we did it. So I don't want you to think that, oh, Charlie's got two niches, so I should have two niches. But the only reason I have two is because I literally cannot grow any further in one. And only when that happens do you add another niche. And that won't happen to you until you get to like 6, 7, 8 million a year. So you don't have to worry about it. So niche selection mistakes. So now that you understand the importance of niche selection and you should be able to gauge why you need to niche down, let's talk about some mistakes real quick that are very, very common that I see a lot, and you really want to avoid these, because I'm going to show you how to pick a niche in a second, and if I don't call these mistakes out, then you're going to make them, okay? So the first mistake that people make when picking a niche is worrying about their skill or understanding. So here's the thing. Let me explain something to you. You are going to pick your niche and then mold and adapt yourself to the niche. What you do not want to do is adapt and mold your niche to you specifically, because it's not about you. When you're starting and building a business, it's about the market, and you need to learn how to adapt the market or adapt yourself to the market, not the other way around. Picking a niche based off of you would be like trying to design a new organism, like trying to design an environment, like an actual physical environment in nature around an organism. It's just not the way the world works, right? So if you think like, oh, like I am a professional video gamer, and therefore I'm going to pick the gamer niche, right? Now I'm not saying the gamer niche is a bad niche, but let's just say that was a bad niche. And I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying. Let's say that the gamer niche was ruthlessly, like it was just terrible. It's probably not, to be honest, but let's just say it was a bad niche to pick, right? Now, you've now picked your niche and based all of your foundations around the restriction of your identity. which is not a good thing to do. Like, you want to pick a niche that you're interested in and passionate about and find interesting and have skills around. We're going to do that. But my point here is it's better to pick a niche and then adapt yourself to the niche instead of like picking yourself and then adapting the niche to yourself. Because the chances of you being able to pick a niche based off of yourself is viable. Like, you've fundamentally restricted yourself to probably just a couple of things. And don't get me wrong, like, you still want to pick a niche that interests you and everything, and we're going to do that. We are going to do that. But what I don't want to see people doing is worrying about their skill and understanding. So don't be discouraged to pick a niche that you think would be viable because you don't understand it yet or have the skills to help that niche yet. So there might be a niche that you've got in mind that seems really compelling and really interesting. And you're like, oh, this niche is just like, this thing just looks awesome. This group of people, like, I'm really interested in them. But maybe you've never spoken to them before and you have no skill to help them. That doesn't make it a bad niche because you can develop the understanding and you can develop the skill. What we cannot develop in a niche is viability. The niche sets the conditions for the survival. It's like an environment. It sets the conditions for what the organism has to be. And you are the organism and the niche is the environment. And so if you're an organism and you stroll into an environment like a forest and you start demanding that the forest changes for your needs, you're going to die. It's just not going to work, right? So I'm going to show you exactly how to become an expert in no time flat. I'm going to show you how to understand your niche. I'm going to show you how to develop the skills to help your niche. So what I want to see you doing is picking your niche unencumbered by the fact that you don't know anything yet. Understanding and skills are easy to acquire. Market needs, desires, and problems are very hard to acquire, okay? So do not concern yourself with, like, when you're picking a niche or selecting your niche or thinking about niches, like, don't don't restrict that to just your skill set because it's probably not that big yet, okay? The next thing is worrying about competition. So please do not worry about the size or competence of your competitors. So a lot of people do this where they pick a niche and then before they actually like pick the niche and decide, they start looking at like the competitors and thinking like, oh, I can't compete with him and she's been running that for 3 years and God, they get amazing results. Like, I can't do that. And people try and pick niches that have no competition in them, which is just so dumb. It's so stupid, you know. The market is big enough for you if you become talented and can solve a problem. And you also have to realize that only a small percentage of your competitors are actually able to compete with you. And there might be 2,000 people in your niche competing with you for the same clients, but only 10% of them have more than 4 clients and only 2.5% of them are actually able to solve the problem. So I can tell you this to be true because when I got into the agency market at the beginning, same thing with the coaching consulting market. Like, when I started Imperium agency and I started the Imperium agency business to help agency owners get clients and scale, like I looked at some of the competition. I was like, holy shit, these guys are crushing it. Like, these guys are making like 400 or 500K a month, you know, and they've got these extensive programs, these massive communities, and they've got like, you know, 50 grand a month, 100 grand a month to spend on ads. Like, how am I ever going to compete with them? Then I realized I was just being dumb because I was like, well, they probably all suck anyway. And, you know, fast forward 3 years now, a lot of them have just quit. So, you know, it's crazy like what you can do with a short period of time if you become talented and focus on the product. Like, you can, just because they look good and they have fancy good marketing, it doesn't mean that they're actually any good at what they do, okay? And even then, like, if let's say you've got 3 competitors that are crushing it, like, they probably don't account for more than 10% of the market anyway. So you just do not need to worry about them, okay? Same thing with saturation. People are like, oh, I don't want to pick a saturated niche. Like, I can tell you this, like, niches do not saturate, okay? The only possible way for a niche to saturate is if suddenly, overnight, every single member of that niche had their problem solved. For as long as there is a problem, saturation cannot exist, okay? Niches don't saturate, offers and client acquisition methods do. For as long as people have problems, there are opportunities for you to get clients by solving them. Saturation is only an issue when your business looks like all your competitors or when you have the same methods everyone's trying to get clients. So if you're using the exact same email scripts and the exact same offers, then you have like a saturated acquisition system because you just look like everybody else. But when it comes to niche saturation, if there's a problem, you can always create value. Positioning is power and solves the problem of saturation. The next mistake that people make is copycatting. So, like, you might think to yourself, like, oh, Charlie started his first agency in the gym niche, so I'm going to pick the gym niche. That is just dumb. Like, so stupid, right? Most people pick their niche based on monkey see, monkey do logic. It's like if someone doesn't know how to make a decision, like, they kind of outsource it to someone else. And trust me, it's really not a good idea. You know, like, this means that you look at every other... So I'm going to pick that. Like, you want to do your own critical analysis, which I'm going to show you how to do, your own critical analysis on the niches that you're interested in, that you have, some potential passion about. And then we're going to look at the viability. Like, niches work for individual people because of the people, if that makes sense. And what I mean by that is, like, there's going to be what would be really good for you as a niche might not be really good for another person, and that's going to depend on you and your skills and everything. So it's pretty important. A lot of people look to gurus and 997 course sellers, finding out what niche they're in and then picking that. Wrong. You should have selected a niche based on whether or not you're interested in it and whether or not it makes sense at the time. So, I'm going to show you the best niche and the worst niche, and that you're probably excited about that. You're probably like, oh yeah, god damn yeah, Charlie's going to give me the best niche. He's going to tell me what to pick, and I'm going to pick it. And you get excited by that, of course you're going to be like, oh, this is amazing and blah blah blah. But like, newsflash, like, I'm not going to pick for you. I'm going to show you how to pick, and I'm going to show you what sort of niche is best for you and what niche is bad for you, right? If I came in here, right, imagine this. I don't know how many people are going to be in this program, but you can see on school. Let's say that we've got 50,000 people in here, right? Imagine I come in here on this niche video and I say, right, the best niche to pick is, let's just say niche A. Niche A is the best niche to pick. Well, suddenly you've got 50,000 people picking niche A, and then you've got more businesses trying to serve that niche than businesses exist in that niche. It's not going to work. And this is why, all of these popular niches and trending niches are bad. This happened with the agency space. I can give you some agency history here, where before I came on the scene with the with how to start an agency thing, the prevailing bias for all of the course sellers. So there was maybe 4 or 5 big course sellers that told people how to start agencies, and they'd sell these $1,000 courses, $2,000 courses on how to start an agency, and all of them said that e-commerce is the best niche. And so what we had is 4 people getting thousands of customers every year into the agency market. We had tens of thousands of agencies starting every single year in the e-com niche, in the e-commerce sort of how to sell stuff online niche. And the e-com niche just completely disintegrated into chaos. Everyone was doing the same thing. Everyone was in the same niche with the same scripts and the same offers, offering Facebook ads, offering CRO, which is conversion rate optimization. And no one could get clients. It was complete hell. And so many people quit and gave up because the niche was too difficult. Now the e-com niche has calmed down a bit and maybe it's viable. I'm not going to bias you. You can, if you want to pick it, you can pick it. But it's like that happened. And then another thing happened where one guy came onto the scene, a YouTuber on SMMA. I don't think he's uploading anymore, but he came onto the scene and out of nowhere he became really popular. And he was in the med spa niche, and he was showing people oh, this is how you do med spa marketing, and these are the ads I use, and I'm making $20K a month doing med spa. And then those videos got 50,000 views, and then suddenly you had 5,000, 10,000 new people starting med spa agencies. When you copycat, when you want to because everyone wants, I can guarantee you that people in this program are still going to do this. There's people who are going to pick the gym niche because I did it. They're going to pick the consultant niche because I did it. But trust me, do not, because the more people are going to do that, and if you do, you're going to be in the same boat as them, which will be a way harder boat to row. So yeah, don't copycat. And then the next thing is thinking you're married. So a niche is kind of like a girlfriend, right, or a boyfriend. It's not like a marriage. You're not stuck with this thing for life. Okay. Yes, you want to stick with your niche. Okay. And I'm not advocating that you pick a niche and then in 3 months' time throw it out the window. But it's very important that you're not stuck with this for life. Okay. Over time, your niche will gradually evolve. So I started working with general businesses. I worked with charities and double glazing companies and restaurants and everything. Then I started gyms, then agencies, then consultants. You're going to be working in this niche for a few years, right? Maybe in the next 5 years, maybe the next 10 years, I don't know. And this niche is going to make you a millionaire. But it's unlikely you're going to have this business forever and you're just going to, do this one thing for the rest of your life. It's always going to be evolving. It's going to be changing. It's not going to be static. So you're going to pick a niche and you're going to stick to it for years to come. But hopefully, you've probably got another 50, 60, 70 years on this planet. And you're not married to this damn thing for the rest of your whole life, right? You're going to be in this game for another decade or whatever. And it's going to make you millions of dollars, but you want to stick to it. And then the biggest one is not actually making a decision. So a lot of people fall at the first hurdle, and you're probably not going to be one of them because we're going through this training where, people take too long to pick a niche. They don't pick, they become paralyzed by the options. They wait, they just like, it's better to pick a bad niche than to not pick a niche at all. And one interesting thought experiment that I've always told clients in the past is if you got me a list of 20 niches that were all viable, and you put them and you wrote them on sticky notes and you stuck the sticky notes on a wall. Okay, so you get 20 niches, you write them on these sticky notes, 20 different sticky notes, and you pin them all up all over this wall. If you blindfolded me and then gave me a dart and I threw that dart and it hit one of the sticky notes, I could get any niche to probably $1 million a month or 100 grand a month at least. Like, what matters is that you pick, not what you pick a lot of the time. Now, you want to pick a good one, and the reason people are indecisive is because they're afraid they're not going to pick a good one, but do not be indecisive. Do not take, weeks. People sit on this stuff for weeks. You haven't got weeks. You're broke. You've got work to do. You can't move forward until you've done this. There's no point in going through the next videos and finding the problem and researching the niche and making an offer and pricing your services. We can't do that until we've done this. So we have to pick a niche, and the longer you wait, the longer you delay your success, and the more likely you are to quit and fail because you haven't seen any progress. So we need to pick quick. It's kind of like a three-piece phrase. It's like pick, quick, stick. What that means is pick quickly and then stick to the thing you've picked quickly. Okay. So the next thing is booming niches. So the truth is that the market you're in will determine your success more than anything. And this isn't going to include your own talent, your own skill. It doesn't matter how good your mindset is or how talented you are or how skilled you are. If you're in a crappy niche that just sucks, like you're not gonna get anywhere. Like you just won't. Like, let's say for example we have Jeff Bezos at our disposal, founder of Amazon, one of the most talented entrepreneurs to ever lived ever, right? Mentored by Sam Walton, probably going to be a trillionaire if he's not already. I don't know, hundreds of billions of dollars, but well, maybe he won't be a trillionaire, but his company will be, right? Or is, I don't know. So take a really talented entrepreneur like Jeff. Now, if you put Jeff Bezos in a shrinking market, like let's say that you force Jeff to go into the newspaper market or the record stores market, or he has to run movie cinemas, like he'll make a good go of it and he'll probably make some money, but he's never going to amount to anything great or amazing because the market that Jeff Bezos picked is e-commerce. Hell, he kind of even created the market. Like Jeff Bezos found himself in the market that one of probably the fastest growing market in the world at the time was e-commerce. Internet booms, early 2000s. People were like, I can sell stuff online. Like this is probably, the e-commerce trend has probably been one of the biggest macroeconomic trends to have ever existed in the period of humanity, at least in the last couple of 100 years, right? And so Jeff Bezos, like the reason Amazon has become such a beast is because it was sat on such a brilliant market. The same thing is true with Tesla now. Like Tesla is sat on this electric car market, which is just massive trend, Same thing with like social media and these Facebook, these businesses that have just blown up out of nowhere. Like they're in incredible markets. And so, if Jeff Bezos was like, I'm going to start Amazon, but it's going to be to sell newspapers, or it's going to be to sell physical CDs or DVDs, or it's going to be to sell cinema tickets, he might have made some money, but nowhere near as much as Amazon. The market determines the success more than the entrepreneur. So for example, let's say that, you've got the bookstore niche. Well, Jeff Bezos sold books online. He saw it coming. Like imagine if he tried to do it like in person. Like in the future, most books are going to be replaced by ebooks. So I'd consider this a bad niche. Like it's just a matter of time before like bookstores start closing down because people are just reading Kindles and stuff. Not for a while because, I still like good books and stuff, But in due course, as these generations come up with just screens, like hell, people might stop reading books. I don't know. Hopefully not. So you want to be in niches that are in thriving, growing, and industries that are positioned to expand in macroeconomic terms. So, just a few examples of booming industries. An industry is an aggregate of, that it's like a segment of the entire economic machine. And inside of industries, we have niches, as we know. And so, I'm going to list a few booming industries, and there's hundreds more. Well, maybe not hundreds, but there's a lot more. There's a lot more industries. Do not think this is an extensive list. But like renewable energy, it's a booming niche. The renewable energy niche is going crazy. So maybe one niche that you want to pick is like solar farms. I don't know. I don't, maybe you pick like, wind turbine installation businesses, and you help, them get government contracts in third world countries, and that's your niche. Like, I mean, you can be like real damn specific, but what matters is that the niche is inside of an industry that is booming. Or healthcare, maybe you decide that you want to become a consultant for, children's nutrition who have scoliosis, and you want to target rich parents with kids that have scoliosis, and build a nutrition-based approach to reduce their pain. And so I'm pulling for straws. I don't even know if nutrition has an impact on scoliosis, but you get the point. What would matter is it's in a booming industry. Same thing with education, kind of the space that I'm in right now. Information technology. So, like IT, maybe you help IT companies get school contracts to provide schools with computers. Construction, maybe you help cement companies with get cement contracts, or maybe you help cement companies source cheaper cement from third world countries. Like, there's any number of niches, right? There are millions and millions and millions of niches and things that you can do, that you can find that fit you in these places. So e-commerce, AI and robotics, genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm going to stop giving examples because it's just going to bias you, but you get the point. So cybersecurity, this is another massive niche that's developing at the moment. Real estate, virtual reality, transportation, biotech, financial technology, electric vehicles, fitness, beverage production. This is a big one, massive one at the moment. Food delivery, software engineering, direct retail, trucking, this is another big one as well, trucking. Maybe you create a solution for truckers on how to do something specific with their truck, or you help trucking companies with logistics or something. I don't know, it could be anything, right? Architectural engineering, military, travel, online gambling, pet care, farming, esports, and many, many more. This is no extensive list. You can probably triple, quadruple, pentuple this list and find 5 times more examples than this. So you want to find niches that exist in booming industries where possible, because a great entrepreneur in a bad market has little chance to succeed. Like Jeff Bezos in the cinema market, he'll make a good go of it, but he has significantly less chance to succeed than if he's in a space military or something. I mean, God, this thing's going crazy as well, right? Or if he's in the esports niche, it's growing, right? And a bad entrepreneur in a great market has more chance to succeed. So even if you suck, which is fine because you probably do because you've never done this before, by picking a great market or a great niche, you're giving yourself so much more chance. You really are. You're really giving yourself an advantage. But then, if you take a great entrepreneur and you put them in a great market, But then, if you take a great entrepreneur and you put them in a great market, they will crush everything. Everything. Okay? And it does not matter how hard you row. It matters what boat you are in. And that's a quote from Warren Buffett. So, you can, if you're in a shitty little, a shitty little rowing boat that's got holes in it, that's got broken oars and is really heavy and just sucks, you can row as hard as you want. You can put 16 hours of rowing a day, back breaking, you can train, you can eat properly, you can sleep properly, you can row as hard as you can. But if you're in a boat that sucks, you're not going to get very far. But if you're in a pristine carbon fiber, perfectly engineered, aerodynamic boat with everything you could need, then you don't have to row that hard to make it go. But if you do row really hard and you put as much effort in as you would have put in the shitty boat, you're going to go really far. So the market's extremely important, and it's imperative that you get it right. So picking your niche. So basically, when you're picking your niche, there's really 3 things to consider, because how do we actually get into this? Because now you understand the importance of a niche, you understand the importance of picking one in the booming industry, you know the mistakes to avoid, and I'm just going to reread these mistakes. Do not worry about your skill and understanding at the moment. Do not worry about competition. Do not worry about saturation. Do not copy people. Don't just blindly copy people. Trust me, you can either be I'm going to pick the gym niche because Charlie picked the gym niche, or you can be I'm going to help robotic arm companies with the management of robotic fingers and how to respond to temperature. It's probably way more sound and reasonable to pick something like that off of the idea of this than it is just to copy something because someone else has made it successful. And you can just see that's just a random example, off the top of my head. Don't think you're married to this thing forever. You're going to stick to it for probably 5-10 years, but you're not married to it forever. And don't be indecisive. Okay, so those are mistakes. So here's where we start. So we really have 3 things to consider. And this is what I call the grade A triad. So what we're trying to do is pick a grade A niche, a niche that is expanding, booming, that suits you. And there's 3 things. And what we're doing is with this Venn diagram, which is what a circle diagram like this is called, or an overlap diagram, a Venn diagram, is we're looking to try and find the middle ground of all these things. And so what we have here is the viability of the niche, which is by far the most important thing. Then we have your relationship with the niche, which is, do you understand it? And then we have your skill set. So the cross-section of these three things makes the best niche for you to pick. However, not all three of these things are weighted equally, because you don't need to have a relationship with the niche already, and you don't need to have pre-existing skills to be successful. They might help, but they're not imperative. So let's define. So the viability of the niche, this determines 80% of the success. Okay? Like this circle here is the most important by a long stretch. Okay? 80% of your success is going to come from the viability. So I would rather that you pick a niche that is really viable, that you have no clue about and you have no skills around, than pick a niche that isn't that viable but you understand really well and have lots of skills about. Like the viability makes up all the leverage, okay? The ideal thing is to find a really viable niche that you understand and already have some skills around. If we can do that, then like you're going to absolutely crush. But if you know, like let's say that you know like the student niche really well, let's say that you're a student and that's the niche you want to pick, and let's say that you're really good at studying, and so you've got the skills of studying and you get really good grades, and you are a student and all your friends are students, so you understand the niche incredibly well, and you have the skills that can help them get what they want. Well, the problem with the student niche is the viability of it is just cursed. Because A, like students don't have any money, so they're not going to be able to buy this thing for you, at least for a high ticket price to make it worthwhile. And B, the market's going to shrink. Like this university thing, like you only have to read the writing on the wall to realize that this market's going to start shrinking. Like AI is taking over as well, so like students, like certain roles, like it's not a viable niche. So just because you understand it really well and have the skills to actually fulfill it doesn't make it a good niche. But what we want is one that you do understand and have the skills in and viable. But if you don't have any understanding of anything and you have no skills, then we only look for viability. Okay? So the viability is just, viable basically means like, how good is this thing, right? So how viable is the niche for success? Is the niche growing or at least not shrinking? Does the niche have painful problems? Is the niche large enough? Does the niche have the financial resources to invest? You know, are there competitors already serving this niche successfully? Can people in this niche be directly targeted online via basic communication tools, right? So this one's really important because you need to be able to reach out to these people and create content for them. And so let's say, for example, that, you know, the niche that you were going to pick was members of the Illuminati, right? That's just, I'm using an extreme example, like members of secret societies that no one knows about. And that's the niche you want to pick. Well, it's not viable because you can't target these people. You can't run ads, really. You know, you could try, but you get shut down probably. You can't really make, well, maybe you can make content, but more importantly, you can't like cold call these people or cold email them or cold message them. Like, how are you going to get clients? You can't even find them. You can only get a client if you can find the client in the first place. So it's very important that they can be targeted online. So this is what makes a niche viable: growth, problems, size, finances, competition, and targeting. Okay? And on the competition side, we want competitors. You need to find a niche that you have competition in. Because, you know, if you want to try and solve a problem, it's good to know that it can be solved, okay? And they don't have to be competing directly with you. Like, you know, say for example, like you've got a very specific expertise and you don't see anyone solving that problem. What matters is that you know the problem can be solved. If you know the problem can be solved because you're an expert in that problem, then you know it can be solved. But the easiest way to know the problem can be solved is if there's other people solving it already. So 10% of your success will be determined by your relationship with the niche, okay? And this is really like how hot or cold your relationship with the niche is. In other words, like how well do you get it or understand the niche? So are you interested in the niche? Do you already understand the people in this niche? Were you or are you a member of this niche? Do you like the people in this niche? And will serving this niche conflict with your values? So let's say, for example, that your mother, when you were growing up, your mother and father were vets. They worked in a veterinary practice. Let's say they ran their own veterinary practice specifically for dogs, right? And you know, you did an apprenticeship there when you were younger, and you would like wash the dogs, and like you sort of learned how to do like give certain pills out to dogs and stuff, and like you got to know the dog owners really well, and this, that, and the other, and suddenly like you got to know all the expensive breeds and what these dogs ate, and you just start to sort of get the hang of it. Well, it's like, okay, well, you've got a really strong relationship with the veterinary niche, but you've also got a really strong relationship with the luxury dog niche. So maybe, using your understanding, you have an advantage here, because maybe what you can do now is pick the niche of luxury dog owners and create a program containing critical information that teaches them how to best take care of their dog, based on the dog they have. Hell, you could even be more specific. I mean, I don't know what a luxury dog entails. I don't really know any breeds. But maybe there's like a luxury dog that you understand just so damn well. And you know for a fact that only rich people buy them. And these rich people, they want to take care of this dog with their life. And they want to make sure it gets the best training. And maybe you know how to train it and how to like understand its nature perfectly and exactly how to walk it. Maybe you have that down to a complete science. Well, this is an insane advantage. It might not be a viable niche. Maybe there's not enough people in it. Maybe those people like can't be targeted and stuff. That starts to get really difficult. But this is the point I'm making: is you can factor your relationship with different niches into these things. Maybe in the past you've been a professional gamer, and what you want to do is you want to teach, your relationship with other professional gamers is really strong, because it doesn't matter what game it is, but you know them, you're in that space, you know them really well, and you've played pro, and maybe you know that one problem that these gamers have is their fitness. Maybe they want to be in shape, but they're spending all this time on video games that they don't really know what they're doing. And maybe you're also in shape. Maybe you're a gamer that's shredded. And so maybe what you do is you help professional gamers with workout programs and nutrition that suit their gaming schedules. Like, you have a relationship with that niche, so you should use it, right? And so you don't need a relationship with the niche, because you can build a relationship with the niche, but it will help. But it's not like the main thing. Viability, like these questions are 8 times more important than these questions. But if you can factor these in, they will really help you. And then your skills. So this is also part of your success, because we can learn the skills. Like, remember, we cannot make a niche viable, but we can develop a relationship with it and we can develop skills inside of it. So skills is basically whether or not you have a skill set or expertise that could already serve and help this niche. So do you already have skills that can help this niche? And do you have critical information that can solve problems in this niche? And do you have peripheral skills that you could apply to this niche? So a peripheral skill is like an indirect skill that you've learned that could inadvertently or indirectly help your niche. So say for example in college or university you did sound design, and you're like, okay, well one of my skills is sound design, and I want to get into the video editing niche. So like you can use your sound design to give you an advantage to better edit videos and stuff like that, Or maybe you do this is another example, like just off the top of my head. Maybe you help retail stores with lighting consulting. And this is the thing where like certain retail stores or supermarkets or grocery stores or these brands on the high street and stuff, and they actually call in lighting consultants. Like how should we position the lighting? Where should the lights be? What should the light shine on? Like this, that, and the other. And maybe in the past, maybe you've done sound design, right, and music, and you understand the relationship between music and light. I don't know, but you understand the colors and all this creative stuff, right? Well, maybe if you went into the lighting consulting niche, which I'm not recommending you do, by the way, I have no idea if it's any good or not, but maybe then you start to integrate music into the store, and maybe you change the lights depending on the music, depending on the time of the day. Once again, that's probably a terrible idea, and it's probably not going to work, and that niche might suck. But I'm just giving you some examples of how you can use peripheral skills. So I promise I'll give you the best niche and the worst niche. So here I am, giving you the best niche and the worst niche. What's the best niche? Well, it's the niche that you've stuck to. And it's simple as that. Niches are only good or bad with time. What's the worst niche? It's the one you just picked. The worst possible niche in the world is the one that you've picked right now. And the reason that's the case is because you've only just picked it, which means you don't really understand it, you don't really get it, you've got no experience in it, and it sucks. But the best niche is the one that you've stuck to for years. How could it be any other way? If I can't tell you what the best niche is, I can't tell you what the worst niche is. I can't recommend that you pick one or pick another, because in my mind right now, like, yeah, sure, maybe I've got like a couple of niches in my mind that I think would be good, but the second I tell you, they suck because everybody's gonna do them. And likewise, I've got a couple of niches in my mind right now that are really bad, but the second I tell you, like, they're gonna be really good because no one's gonna pick them. So I can't give you the best niche and I can't give you the worst niche. All I can tell you is the one that you pick right now is the worst, and it will get better with time. That's it. There's nothing else to it than that. So now that we understand what makes a good niche and makes a niche viable, and you understand how your relationship with the niche and skills can also impact your niche selection success, we're actually going to get into the niche selection process. So now, actually going to do some work. We're going to start thinking, we're going to start using our cognition and our body and time energy to start clicking around and typing some stuff out to really put some work in here. So what I've done is I've made this resource called the Imperium Academy Niche Selection Process, and you'll be able to find this in the resources section below in the school video. So what we're going to do is select a niche, and this is a pretty comprehensive 5-step process on how to do this. Now, I want you to know that this is probably going to take you a day or two, right? And you should not move on until you've done this. So watch this video, like complete this video, and watch it in full, and then I want you to go ahead and do the action item. So spend as long as you need to on this, but pick quickly. So if this was me, I would probably spend like maybe a good 4 or 5 or 6, like I'd spend a good day, like a really good day, sat down with this resource, this document, and I would think real long and hard about this. I would really think about it. I wouldn't just try and get this done in like 10 minutes and just have like a preconceived bias and just pick. Like I would really try and get this thing nailed, and I would spend a good day on it, okay? So step 1 is we need to understand yourself, okay? So what we're gonna do here, I know earlier on that I said we don't want to pick the niche around you. Collect these answers and then just write them all down and flesh them out a little bit. Because this is the first thing. Like, it's very difficult to answer these questions yourself. You can answer them. You probably know the answer to these questions, but people have a third perspective on you, and it's a really useful advantage to have. So, yeah, I would definitely ask them, which you need to do. So go and do that now. Pause the video. WhatsApp, iMessage, Snapchat. I mean, God forbid if you're on like TikTok or Instagram, like you can DM people, whatever. But go and do this, okay? So once you've done this, you collect their answers and put them in a Google Doc, and you want to read through them and properly understand them because you're going to basically understand yourself. And we're going to use these answers to help you narrow down a niche. Now, the next thing to do is to complete the Understanding Yourself document as thoroughly as humanly possible, and you really should spend like an entire day on this if you can. So this is the Understanding Yourself document. So use your understanding of yourself and the answers from your close friends or family to complete this. So I wouldn't worry about completing this until your family or your friends have got back to you. Or you can go and fill this out as best you can now. Actually do that now. And then when you get answers in from your friends and family, you can start to flesh it out a little bit more. But what you want to do is like fill this out. So obviously we're doing this to understand what you're interested in, what you're passionate about, what you love, what you hate, etc., etc. And then we're going to start pulling niches, from you, and then we're going to test their viability, right? So do not concern yourself with anything else than just understanding yourself. So don't concern yourself with whether or not you can actually help the niches you've collected yet. So like, let's say that you choose, let's say that you're interested in, I don't know, like, let's say you're interested in a certain type of species of bird. You just put it down, right? It doesn't matter, because if you're interested in a specific type of species of bird, it's like, well, that's not a niche. I can't help these birds. But then it like opens up an entire can of worms, because now it's like, oh, actually, well, I'm interested in like this bird, and maybe that means that I could help like bird watchers or people who want to conserve like specific species in the, like, it just starts to open things up for you. So don't worry about the niche yet, just worry about understanding yourself, okay? So for now, we're just gauging the viability, relationship, and skill sets around the niche. Not even viability, but this is my point. Don't worry about the niche yet, just yourself. So step one is to list 5 or more things that you're interested in. So what are you actually interested in? And really think about this. Don't just be like, this and this. Like, you're infinitely complex and deep. Like, what are you interested in? Like, think about the documentaries that have just gripped you, or books you've read that you've just not been able to put down, or movies that you've watched 10 times, or TV series with characters that you're like, wow, that guy's so cool. Like, what are you interested in? You could put espionage for all I care. Just things that rivet you and compel you to pay attention. Once you've done this and you've done these 5 things, and honestly, as many as you can. 5 things is not a finite number. Like, try and get like 10. But I know that some of you might be struggling with even thinking of like 3, so I'm just saying 5. But if you've got more, put more. Because this is the most important thing, guys. This, like, the niche is the most important foundation. Like, it's the most imperative thing that you pick. You have to get this right. And if you can't be bothered to spend half a day or just a bunch of hours on getting this thing right, you're screwed, because your entire business is going to manifest out of you. And so it's imperative we understand you. So now you explain why you're interested in these things. So, just in a couple of sentences for each one, like, why do you find this interesting? Like, if you put down espionage as something you're interested in, and, spies, and maybe you used to read spy novels as a kid and you love the idea of spies, like, write down why you love it. Like, why do you like spies? Why is it interesting? This will help you understand in way more detail. And I'm not saying that spies is going to be a good niche, because, well, that's certainly not a viable niche, because you can't directly target them online. That's just not going to happen. But, like, maybe the niche you pick is, I help authors of espionage novels. That this can go anywhere, okay? So step 2 is list 5 or more things you're passionate about. So what are you passionate about? And if you want to know what passion denotes, just think about what makes you angry or happy or sad, or what you love. Like, what would you argue with someone on to the ends of the earth? Like, what pisses you off? What makes you happy? Like, what things, if you come into contact with them, conjure up some sort of emotion? And there should be a lot of things here. Maybe you're passionate about pizza. Maybe you just love pizza. For me, like, it could be the Roman Empire, which I know is an absolutely terrible cliche, but I love it. Like, if you get me started on like Hadrian and the Trajan and these emperors and stuff, like, I just love it. It compels me. I read about it all the time and I love it. Likewise, I'm passionate about helping people make money online and business and client acquisition. Like client acquisition to me is one of the most interesting things on the planet, and that's partly why my entire business is based around it. Because what client acquisition is psychology, and I'm passionate about psychology, and I love psychology, and I'm passionate about nature and Darwinism and natural selection, and I'm passionate about tons of stuff. Maybe you're passionate about like fans, like physical fans that blow air around the room. Maybe you're like, oh, I just love a good fan. I just love a good fan. Like like when it's got a good angle and it's quiet. Just anything that gets you going, gets you excited. Write it down. And like I said, you're deeper than you could possibly imagine. If you're going to do this, you're going to hit a wall where you get an hour in and you're like, yeah, I think that's everything. Just trust me. 3-4 hours of just sitting in a room on your own without your phone, thinking about what you're passionate about, what you're interested in, you'll find so much about yourself. Okay. And also, obviously, you're going to use the answers from other people. So list them down here, as many as you can. Hopefully you've got more than 5, because otherwise your life's probably full of misery and you're not passionate about anything. And then explain why you're passionate about these things. Like, why are you passionate about the things you're passionate about? Understand them in more detail. Why do they exist? Why do you love them? Step 3, list 5 or really well. Same premise. More than 5 is going to be best. Like, the easiest way to do this is ask yourself, what could I talk about for like a whole hour without shutting up? Like, what could I if I could sit down with someone else and just tell them about something, what could I talk about? Like, this is how you gauge with what you understand. So let's say, for example, you've been training in the gym for like 2 years and you know that thing really well. Well, you'd put fitness, nutrition and stuff like this. Or, let's say that you have been, let's say for the last 6 months you've been doing knitting courses, or let's say you've been learning Russian, or let's say that you've been studying environmental science. Like, what things do you get? Like, where do you feel like your competence lies? Warren Buffett calls this your circle of competence, which is basically what you understand. And he bases all of his investing decisions around his circle of competence, which is what he understands, which is why he didn't buy any crypto, in case you're wondering. I don't know, maybe he's changed his mind on that, but at the time, Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett, who were the arguably the most successful investors to have ever lived ever, they were like, I'm not touching crypto because they didn't understand it. But maybe you understand crypto. Maybe you get crypto really well. Maybe you understand like the history of Winston Churchill's life really well. like I read a biography on Napoleon, so maybe I put Napoleon here. Remember, like, we're not trying to worry about the niche yet. We're just worrying about understanding you and yourself. Okay? Because let's say that this transpires that you understand military leaders really well. Let's say that you know all the campaigns of Alexander the Great. You've studied Caesar's conquests of Gaul. You've studied Napoleon. You studied Charlemagne. All of these. I think that's how you pronounce the name. But let's say you've studied all these military leaders in your own time, and you're just fascinated by their strategies and tactics. That's pretty cool. Maybe your niche could be something like I help business owners with their macro strategy by using the lessons of the best military leaders throughout history. It can be anything. It really can. Or maybe you help people PhDs. In history with like understanding military history leaders. Or maybe you get government contracts advising generals on how to make war decisions. Like that might be a little bit extreme, but be very careful with your competence and where you go. But you get my point. You really can take this anywhere. So yeah, list the 5 things you understand really well. Ideally 10, 15, 20, as many things as you possibly can. Even if it's your own father, just put it down, right? And then list why you understand these things really well. Why do you get them? Same thing for your skills. Steps 4, list 5 or more skills you have. So it could be playing the drums, or it could be icing a cake. Or it could be like sunbathing. I just know how to sunbathe really well. List the skills you have. List the things and basically, if you're wondering, things you know how to do well. That's really what a skill is. It's just knowing how to do something well. So, for example, a skill that I have is being able to articulate thoughts over an elongated period of time. So I can sit down on I'm sure you're aware of this now, and I'm sure it might have pissed you off slightly. I've just put you through 2-3 hour videos. I recorded those videos in like 1 take. No mistakes. Very minimal mistakes. Obviously, I've got like the squeaky chair here and there and whatever. But I've got the skill of being able to talk about something I understand for 3 hours without making a single mistake. Sure, I have some ums and ahs and stuff here and there, but that's the skill that I've got. And so I would write down, like public speaking or being able to articulate myself. Another skill I might have is being able to like format these documents properly and create these resources for you. It could be anything. Another one I could have is like if let's say that you're someone that has always been like drunk and you always are hungover on like Saturdays or Sundays. Maybe you have a skill at like nursing a hangover. Maybe you're really good at like dealing with hangovers and you know exactly what to eat and do so that you don't get hungover as bad. Like that's a skill. Like you're good at it. It can be anything. So like I said, a lot of people just approach this shallowly. List as many as you can. You should have like 10, 15 things you're good at. Like mine used to be quick scoping on Call of Duty. That doesn't mean that that's what I'm going to pick my niche around, but just get your brain flowing. And then step 5 is list 5 or more things you've always wanted to get into but never have. So what are the things that you've always they've always been on like the peripheral of your experience of reality that you've always been interested in getting into, but you've never got into them? Like what are these things that you're like, that seems really cool and really interesting, but you've never really stepped into it before? Like one for me, for example, would be comedy clubs. Like I've always wanted to go to comedy clubs and like check them out and visit them and stuff and like go to comedy clubs regularly, but I've never done it. And that's just an example of something I've always wanted to sort of get into, but I've never had the time or attention for whatever reason. So think about these. List the 5 things. What have you always wanted to get into? Hell, it could be learning Russian, for example. Maybe you want to get into gardening or botany, or maybe you want to like learn the Latin words for a bunch of plants, or it could be anything. But once you've done this and you've listed all the things that you want to get into, I want you to explain why you want to get into these things. Like why do they interest you? Like why is this something you want to get into? Okay. And then step 6, this just cuts through the cake really. If you could get paid millions of dollars to work on literally anything every day, what would it be? If you could wake up and just get paid for existing and doing one thing or a couple of things, what would that be? And I'm going to give you a couple of numbers here because maybe you've got more than one. But if you really could just wake up in the morning, and just be like, oh, I'm going to work on I don't know, maybe you love excavation. Maybe you really love like excavating in the around Hadrian's Wall, which is not to use too many Roman Empire examples, but the cutoff between like Northern Britannia and the Roman Empire. Maybe you love to excavate Roman coins and stuff like that. Maybe that's just what if just your dream idea of what you could do all day every day to get paid. Maybe it's fishing. Maybe you just want to go and fish for like an hour every 10 hours a day and just get paid $100 grand a year to do it. Like what are these things that that if you could do every day, you would be very happy doing and get paid to do? Like for me now, like if you asked me like, Charlie, what would you want to do to get paid? Like if you could get paid $10 million a year, $20 million a year is what I'm getting paid now, right? To do anything you want, what would it be? Mine would be to teach people how to make money. Like I love it so much. It doesn't feel like work to me. I get, in case you can't tell, a little passionate from time to time about this, and it doesn't feel like work. Yeah, making these videos is painful and it can really suck and it can take a lot of time and energy, but it's worth thinking these things through because you might be closer to this than you think, So that's that. So that's the first step to the niche selection process. Ask 5 people or more like what you like, and then ask yourself what you like, and then I would spend like a good bunch of hours on this. Really lock yourself in a room, no distractions, and really think about it. The more time you put in here, the better your business will be, because you're going to end up picking a niche that you actually care about, and that you're actually kind of interested in, and that will go such a long way to you sticking to it, and more importantly, not quitting. And success is just not quitting. So if you can do this properly, you'll win. So the next thing to do after you've done this is creating a niche list. So next, using your understanding of yourself, you want to list 5 or more niches, ideally, really 10, 5 or more niches that compel, rivet, or interest you, or that your skills align within. So, add any niches that spring to mind, even the ones that might make no sense at all, even if it makes no sense, right? Even if you know, like, students doesn't make sense, just put students if you're interested, right? Remember, we're not worrying about whether or not you can help these niches yet. We're not concerned about the viability. We're not going to try and prejudge them. Just list groups of people you find interesting or that you're passionate about, okay? So you've got, at this point, you should have this thing filled out using not only your understanding of yourself, but your understanding of people that love you. And now, once you've got this and you look at it, just start thinking. Like, if you put here at the bottom, that all you want to do, all day, every day is just do paintballing, and that's what you want to do. If you could just get paid millions of dollars to just do paintballing every day, then maybe you put down the paintballing niche, and then maybe you help paintball centers, or maybe you help, paintball bullet providers, or maybe you help paintball gun providers, or maybe you help professional paintball players, with their performance or with their, with anything. Or strategy. Maybe you take your understanding of military history of Napoleon and Genghis Khan, and you become a consultant for paintball strategy using your understanding of military. There is an infinite number of places you can go with this. Okay, so put these things down. Now, chances are you probably have a couple of niches in mind already. There's probably a few that you're passionate about that you're like, yeah, that sounds really cool. Maybe like the luxury dog thing. You're like, yeah, that sounds really cool. I love luxury dogs. Or maybe like maybe you're really really fascinated by like music speakers, and you just love music speakers. Just put that one down. Like. There's no right or wrong answer at this point. We're going to go through a viability checklist after this, but for now, as many as you can list. I don't put 30 down for all I care. Just let them come out of you, let them just flow, and no niche is too stupid or too smart. Okay. So like I said before this training, you probably already had 1 or 2 in mind. Put them down, and then the secret, by the way, to getting as many down as you can, because that's really what we're trying to do here, is write them all down, and then ask. I'm going to put here. Now ask what niches are similar to the ones you've picked. Brackets E.G. paintball school versus player. Right? So maybe you put down you want to help paintball schools or paintball centers, but what's related to paintball centers? Well, okay, professional paintball players. Like, when you have an idea, you can expand on it massively, and you can sort of be very divergent in this regard. But it's called divergent thinking, where you're just trying to think as many options as possible, and you want to fan out just as many niches as you can based on your interests. And you should have more than 10. Like, it should just be a bunch. If you need some inspiration, then you can go to this document. Okay. Now, I want you to know that this document are B2B niches, so business to business niches. There are just as many, if not more, B2C niches that are just as viable, but unfortunately I couldn't find a bulk categorization of these. So don't be biased to think it has to be B2B or businesses. But just to give you some examples, like, if you're struggling to think of like what niches you should write down, just have a scroll through this one, and like just, have a little look, like, what can I find here? Like, that might be interesting. If I just stop on this page, we've got, driving school. So maybe your father was a driving instructor growing up, or nannies, professional nannies, like high ticket, 6-figure nannies that help really rich parents and stuff like that. Or, mountain cable car. I mean, that's a pretty hard one to extrapolate out of. But maybe you help like cable car businesses sell more tickets up to mountains or something. Or I don't know. There's a lot. Dairy supplier. Maybe you grew up on a farm. Maybe you understand that really well. Topsoil supplier. Like, there is an infinite number of places you can go. I don't even know what half of these are. Like oyster supplier. Like, maybe you, growing up, had a grandfather who was a really brilliant oyster fisherman, and he had like a really unique way of like doubling the yield of fresh oysters. Well, maybe your niche becomes oyster fisherman, and you help oyster fishermen double their yield in 90 days, or you give back their money using your grandfather's old weird technique that you remember from when you were 7 years old. Like, there's any number of things you can pick. Okay, so that's just some examples. Obviously, I can't give you B2C examples because it's so divergent, and I can't think of 4,000 examples. But trust me, there's tens of thousands out there. Okay, so you probably already have a niche or two in mind that you want to explore before you even start the exercise. So make sure you add this as well. But you want to aim for a list of at least, 5 to 10. Like, you need as many as you can get, really, in this list. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is a viability check. So now we're actually going to start to judge these niches. So before this point, we're just listing them, we're not judging them, but now we're going to judge them. So next we want to grade every niche using something that I've made for you called the Imperium Grade A Niche Checklist. So we're looking for Grade A niches, and this checklist here allows us to determine whether a niche is Grade A or not, okay? So basically, we've got these tick boxes, 2 pages of tick boxes that will determine the viability of a niche, okay? And these are based on not only the viability, but also your interest and your skill sets and stuff. So the ones in dark orange are called keystone questions, and these must be ticked. So these questions here in dark orange, if any of these are not ticked, then the niche is not viable and you cannot do it. I would not recommend you do it. There will be some exceptions to this, but the rule is pretty solid. If you don't have these boxes ticked, these first ones, that's not viable. The second type of question is a general question. So these are in like light orange. These are not vital, but if you can tick these, then the niche might be a little bit better. So what I'm doing here is I've got you to create a big list of niches. Now what we're going to do one by one is we're going to go through the checklist for each niche, and all we're going to be doing is asking ourselves of this list, like which niche ticks the most boxes, and then that's the one you pick. You let the checklist pick for you, okay? So the first question is this niche growing, or at least not shrinking? Like, in other words, is this part of a booming industry? Like, is new people entering the market? Is the niche expanding, right? Does the niche have problems worth paying to solve? So does this group of people actually struggle with anything? Now, this is a guess. You're not going to be able to really know this until you get to know the niche. But it's hard to gauge, but you can use your common sense. So for example, I can't imagine that volunteering choir singers would pay money to solve a choir-related problem. So let's say that you want to target, let's say you want your niche to be choir singers, because one thing that you're passionate about is choir music, which is the music that people sing in harmony in a church and other classical places, right? Well, it's very unlikely that, at least I would imagine, I might be wrong, but I can't imagine choir singers lining up to pay $3,000 to learn how to hit a different note if they're just doing it on a Sunday afternoon with their mates. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, they don't really have any problems that they're going to want to pay high ticket money to solve. They might pay 30 quid for it, but they're not going to pay thousands of dollars because it's not that painful. So we just need to look for pain. Is this niche in pain? Do they have painful problems, that are worth paying to solve? And we don't know what the painful problem is going to be yet. We really don't know that. We have no idea. But the point I'm making is, like, is it potentially going to exist? It's very likely this does exist, but it's just worth thinking about, right? So does the niche have financial resources to invest? So does this niche make enough money to afford high ticket prices, which is thousands of dollars? Can they readily invest in value at a high price? Now, it's important to understand this. They don't have to be rich, okay? Because most normal people, like, at a stretch, if they're in pain and they've got this massive problem, they'll pay like $3, $4, $5, maybe $10,000 to solve it. Like, people will pay a lot of damn money to solve really painful problems, even if you think they haven't got it. So even if you just pick like housewives of like, middle-income America, you might be like, well, they haven't got much disposable income, but they've still got credit cards and they've still got enough money to saved up to, give you like $5,000 to solve a massive problem they've got. But the point I'm making here is, like, are they not broke, right? Because if they're dead broke and they've got absolutely no money, like, for example, maybe your niche is homeless people. Well, not to be too mean or rude, but they aren't going to buy anything. They haven't got any money, right? They can't even buy food, let alone, a program or a done-for-you service. So just use your common sense here. If the person that you're thinking about targeting is of average income, then you will be absolutely fine. Like, if they're making like, 40, 50K a year, 30K a year, and they've got access to a line of credit and stuff, then that niche is going to be absolutely fine in terms of financial resources. But if they're blatantly broke and poor, then it's not going to work. This is a big one. Are there more than 30,000 people in this niche? So basically what we're asking here is this niche large enough to support growth? You will have big trouble running ads or building an audience or running cold outreach systems if there's only a few hundred or thousand people in your niche. So this isn't absolutely like vital 30,000, but you want tens of thousands of people in this niche. Because if you don't, you're going to run out of people to reach out to, unless it is hyper specific. So let's say you use the oyster fisherman example, and you've got a way to double their yield, and let's say there's only 1,000 of them in the world, right? Well, that's not really enough people. It's not really, you can't run ads, you can't make content because they're probably not watching YouTube and they're probably not going to, the audience isn't big enough to run ads to. It's very unlikely you're going to be able to get their phone number. Maybe you can get their email. But if it's really specific, it might work, but my point here is it's better off picking niches that have lots and lots of people in them. Otherwise you're going to get in trouble. Because, if you do 100 cold calls a day, after 10 days, you run out of people to reach out to. But if it's really specific and they're willing to pay like $30,000 a time, and it takes you like a month to deliver, then yeah, that niche can make sense, but you can use your brain. Are there businesses already serving this niche? Well, you have competition. This is another big one, Contrary to popular belief, competition is a good thing as it indicates a sign of life. Imagine being a fish picking a pond to live in. You'd rather pick a pond with fish in it because it indicates that water isn't toxic. This doesn't have to be competition in terms of what you're doing. So if you want to help a certain type of person with a certain type of thing, it's good if someone's already doing that. It's really, really important someone's already doing that. But what you're looking to see is, are there other businesses serving this niche, in some way, shape or form? Are there people that help these people? And then can this niche be directly targeted online? Can you find their phone numbers or emails or social profiles? Can they be targeted with content? Are they active on advertising platforms? Let's say that your niche is 80-year-old Vietnam veterans in the USA. Well, I don't know how you're going to find their phone numbers. You're not going to find their emails because they probably don't have one, and they definitely don't have social profiles. And they're not going to watch content because, well, they're not on any of this stuff, and they're not on any advertising platforms, so you can't advertise them. So that would be like, you cannot tick this box, which means that niche is not viable and you cannot pick it. Okay. Does this niche interest you? So now we're in the general questions where these aren't vital, but they're nice to have and they will help a little bit. So are you interested in the niche? Will you find it exciting or compelling? Is there potential? Can you potentially like or even love working with these people? Do you already have some level of understanding in the niche? Can you speak the lingo? Do you know it? Do you speak the language? Were you or are you a member of this niche? Have you actually been in this niche before? Do you know the niche? Are you a member of the niche? Were you in the niche? Do you actually like people in this niche? This is a big one. You're going to be working with hundreds, if not maybe eventually thousands of these people, right? Over the next, decade or whatever. Do you actually like them? Can you see yourself getting along with these people? Are you going to enjoy working with them, etc.? Does this niche align with your values? So, if you work with this niche, are you going to feel a conflict of values? Will you feel guilty? Will it play on your conscience? I'll give you an example of this. We had a client recently working with plastic surgeons, and he kept self-sabotaging. He just did not want to do the work. And it turned out that he hated plastic surgery. He thought it was this evil, malevolent thing that, is contributing to making society a worse off place. And it's yeah, okay, fair enough. My opinion on plastic surgery, I couldn't care less, but he was really against it. And so because of that, he just didn't enjoy his work. He was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't promote plastics. He was promoting them, right, doing lead generation. He was like, I can't promote plastic surgeons if I just think that every lead I get is potentially going to ruin someone's life. So I was like, fair enough. Do you have skills that could support the niche? Do you have critical information that can solve the niche's problems? So have you already found a solution to a problem? Do you already know a problem exists? Have you already solved it before? And then also, do you have external peripheral skills that could help with this niche? So in your life, have you acquired skills that might come in handy when helping this niche? Et cetera, et cetera. So this is the checklist. So what you're going to do now is you're going to take your list of niches. There should be at least 10, ideally more. And you're going to go through each one by one, and you're going to, try and check these off. And what you want to do is you want to make a copy of this, like this, by clicking make a copy. So then what you can actually do is edit this. And then you want to basically have a checklist for each niche. So what you're going to do, so I can just give examples. If I go file, make a copy, like this. So let's just say I put down here, I don't know, restaurants, okay, as a potential niche. I can put like steak restaurants. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to steak restaurants, checklist, you know, like this, change the title. And now I'm going to go through and I'm going to start ticking these off. You know, is this, 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 whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then what I'm going to do afterwards is I'm going to come in here and then get the URL and I'm going to put it next to it and then pin it. And then all I'm doing is I'm going through all the niches I've got, making the checklists, and then afterwards I can go ahead and you know, start to make some decisions on which one I'm actually going to pick. Okay, so that's how we do that. So if a niche doesn't tick all the dark orange boxes, you just cross it out. And if it does tick all the orange boxes, keep it in. So the dark oranges, you know, these are the important ones. You need to have them. These ones not so much, but they are nice to have. Ideally, what we're looking for is a niche where we obviously have all of these ones ticked and as many of these ticked as we possibly can, because then we know that the niche is definitely viable and it has like viability. But it also means that we have a good relationship with the niche, or at least some skills to support it already. Now, if you find a niche that has, like, once again, the viability is 80% of the problem. So if it's perfectly viable, but you have like no understanding of it, like that, you might want to be careful, because if you have no interest and you know you really hate everyone in the niche and it really destroys your value system, like I wouldn't pick it. So these are still important, but they're less important than the first ones. Okay. So now, what you need to do is go through the checklist for each one and start narrowing your niche list down. Like, seek the most viable niches. So do the checklist for each niche, and you know, cross out the niches that are not viable, and then what you're going to do is narrow it down. So you should now have narrowed it down, and you really want to try and narrow it down to, you know, 2 to 5 niches. You know, ideally you've got a couple to choose from. It might be more than 5, but you know, whatever. Now it's time to pick. So the crucial mistake here is not picking. So the truth is, honestly, if it's viable, you could pick a coin or roll a dice and pick your niche at random and it will work. It doesn't matter what you pick, it just matters that you do pick it, okay? So what you want to do now is use your gut and your intuition to pick one that really feels right. Do not pick 2. So now you need to look at the options you've got. You should have scrolled up, crossed out the ones that aren't a fit, maybe write them down on a piece of paper, the ones that are. And yeah, now it's time to actually pick. So once you've done this, ask your gut. Like, which one feels right? Like, which one, and don't try and think down the line about the sales script or what ads you're going to run or what YouTube channel you're going to start. Don't ask yourself anything about the future. Just ask yourself, out of these 2 niches, which one feels right? Or out of these 4 niches, which one feels right? And there should be one that, you know, you're sort of leaning towards and that's your favorite, and that's the one that you should pick. So the last step is just pick. Write or type the niche you picked down. And congratulations, you've just picked a grade A niche. That's the most succinct and probably the most precise process for niche selection that exists on this planet. Trust me, I've seen lots of trainings before on how to pick a niche for like an online business, and like most of them are like 5 minutes long and suck. So this is pretty damn comprehensive, and this should allow you to pick one that's actually going to be suitable for you. And yeah, this thing took me I won't lie to you, it took me quite a long time to perfect for you guys, but I've actually done this myself. I've taught this to like, you know, nearly 3,000 people at this point. So I know what makes a good niche and what makes a bad niche. And I know that this is so important. Okay, so that's basically the selection process. So if you've just followed that and you spent, you know, some time on it, then you should be good. Now, before you select, let's just finish this video and then you can actually start doing this. So just remember, the viability of the niche is all that matters. Even if you don't understand, you know, this group of people or have the skills to help them, it doesn't matter. I'm going to show you how to become an expert. I'm going to show you how to get the skills. What matters is you're excited about this niche and you're interested in it and it's a viable option. So one of the things you need to bear in mind here is pick and stick, right? We've talked about this a lot in the last video, you know, with the second order consequences and the exponential curves and memory and time and stuff. Now that you've picked your niche, you must stick to it. Remember the lessons from the last video. You know, you're going to have, and I can tell you this right now, like, it's the truth. You are going to have countless temptations to switch niches. You're going to doubt your niche. You're going to hate your niche at times. All of this is guaranteed to happen, I promise you. You must expect this to happen. Like, the niche you've just picked is going to become your worst enemy for a while. You know, this thing's going to suck. Like, you're going to, like, right now you might be like, this is amazing, this is the best, but mark my words, in 3 months' time, it's going to be 4 in the morning, and you're going to be asking yourself if it's worth it and if it's worth switching. You will. And you'll be like, oh, this niche sucks. Because what's going to happen is you're going to start this business, and it's going to be fucking painful, and it's going to suck, and it's going to destroy, you know, parts of your life, and it's going to really be a difficult, hard thing to do, and that's just me being honest with you. And of course, you're going to associate your niche with all the suffering. And so you're going to just start to dislike it. But if you pull through and you give it enough time, you will eventually completely fall in love with it and you will love it. Like there were times when I started my agency coaching business, when I was coaching agency owners, I hated agency owners. Like, there were times where I just did not like them at all. I was like, these people that, you know, they do this and I just this about them, but you just stick with it. You don't listen to yourself. And now I love agency owners. Like, I absolutely adore them. Like, I make I make videos like this so people can start agencies and become successful. So yeah. So what matters is you stick and you have high stickability. Now, if you want to switch niche, you can, but I have one rule for you. You're only allowed to switch niche once you get to $10,000 a month. This is the rule, okay? So, like, if you want to switch niche, which you're going to want to do many times in the next, you know, year, you're only allowed to switch once you've got 10K a month. And, you know, the point I'm making here is that what you should have done is you should have picked a niche, you know, where you have competitors that have solved the problem for the niche and that have proven the niche is viable. And so what that means is that it's possible to get the niche to 10K a month, right? So provided someone in your niche solving your problems becomes successful, you can too. For as long as this happens, the niche has viability. And for as long as that happens, the competitors are doing what you want to do, the niche works. So the niche you've picked, it's viable, which means you can get a 10K a month in it, right? So you need to adapt yourself to it. So if the niche isn't working, don't blame the niche, blame yourself. And this is pretty important. This lesson here, like if the niche isn't working in 4 months, it's not the niche that isn't working, it's you that's not working. It's your fault, okay? So you need to stick to it. So I can give you a story here. And this is why I have this rule. So with EasyGrow clients, I've had hundreds of people come to me on EasyGrow coaching calls and in the community in EasyGrow who are like, oh, Charlie, I want to switch niche. Should I switch niche? And every single time I say to them, sure, switch, but only switch once you've got a 10K a month. And what happens is they go away and they keep working and then they get to 10K a month. And then they don't want to switch because they're at 10K a month. They're like, oh, I actually like this niche. A prime example of this is one of my clients called Jaden. And Jaden last month made $300,000. And 2 years ago, Jaden was a video editor from South Africa making, I think, like $800 a month. Okay, he was in the e-commerce niche, right? This was when SMA for e-com sucked, right? Poor Jaden. It's not so bad anymore, but still, I don't know if it's any good or not. But anyway, you get the point. And Jaden was like, oh, I want to switch niche. I want to switch to the home improvement niche. And I was like, get 10K a month in e-com and then switch to home improvement. And what he did is he put his head down and he spent the next 6 months. He got 10K a month in e-com, and then he decided to switch to home improvement. And he went from 10K a month to 300K a month in a year. And that was because he built the character to actually just stick to one thing. And he built the skills to get 10K a month, and then he got into a different market, which was actually objectively better. But like, it's kind of like, you know, even if you're in a bad niche, and even if your niche sucks, it's probably still possible for you to get 10K a month through brute force. And if you can do that in a bad niche, then you can, dude, if you can do that and you can figure out how to get 10K a month in a bad niche, then the second you enter a good niche and switch, you're going to crush everyone. It's kind of like how Ethiopian marathon runners and long distance runners, like they run at really high altitudes in the mountains and stuff where there's less oxygen. And what this means is that like training and running in high altitude with less oxygen is really difficult. So when they run marathons in like London or in the Olympics, they're at sea level. And that means that their bodies are adapted to running marathons in extremely difficult circumstances. So when they run a marathon at sea level with more oxygen and less temperature pressure or whatever, they just fly around the track. And the same thing is true, like even if you're in a niche that kind of sucks and you haven't picked a great one, you can still get a 10K a month, like 99.9% of the time. And if you do, and it still sucks and you want to switch afterwards, well then you can switch, and then it's like now you're running at sea level. You know, if you switch from a bad niche to a good niche after 10K a month, like now you're running at sea level when you're used to running at high altitude, and you'll just destroy everyone. Okay, so that's that. So I want you to write down: I will never switch niche unless I'm making 10K a month. Okay, I will never switch niche unless I'm making 10K per month. I will never switch niche unless I'm making 10K per month. Okay, it is so important that you remember this, and that's that. And there's one more very important thing. I want to say this: well done. Okay, like I'm really quite proud of you. You know, you've made it further in this training than 75% of people will go. Like most people have already given up. If you're still listening to this and you've actually started to do some work, I commend you. Like, round of applause. I'm fucking proud of you. You've taken notes, you've paid attention, and more importantly, you've completed the action items. Like, you're actually doing the work. Like, this is incredible. Like, I don't think you realize how rare you are. If you're actually doing this and you're doing the action items and you're completing the work, and you're like, if I tell you to do something and you do it, like, good, well done. Like, so many people don't do that, and it's so easy to be successful these days. And like, all you have to do is just what I tell you to do. Okay, so I wanted to just round this one off with like, well done. You sat through, you know, a couple of like nearly 8 hours of me droning on about stuff. You're paying attention. You're taking notes. You're not getting distracted. You're doing the work. Every time there's an action item, you're executing on it. You should be really proud of yourself, and I'm proud of you. And I want to just say, well done for making it this far. Now we have a long path ahead of us. Okay, but knowing that you've made it this far gives me confidence that you'll stick with me and see things through. So well done. I'm going to turn you into a 6-figure machine, and I probably will eventually turn you into a millionaire. So good work. Let's keep moving. And there's one thing that I want to ask. There's one action item. I've been thinking a lot about where I should put this, but it's very important I put it in now. So what I want you to do as an action item now, to take action on immediately, is send this program to 3 to 10 people that you think it would benefit. The more the better. This will help you with staying more accountable and potentially change the lives of people close to you. And trust me, that they're going to owe you one. So do it now. The more people that join this thing, the better the experience for everyone. And here's the link. So school.com/Imperium Academy, you can just send this to them. Like, you know, maybe you've got like a couple of people in your network that, you know, want to start businesses, or maybe you know someone in a 9 to 5 that, you know, maybe your brother is like wants to quit his job and start a business, or maybe you know someone that's just started watching business content online, or maybe there's just someone that you think would find it cool. Like, you know, I want you to just make a list of people, 3 to 10 of them, and just send this program to them. Because what this is going to allow you to do is a couple of things. First of all, it holds you even more accountable than you already are, because now you've got like people know that you're doing this thing, and they're going to be like, oh, how's that thing going? So you're going to do more work and be more successful. But second of all, the more people that join this thing, the more feedback we get, the more, you know, I'm putting my sanity on the line to make these videos for you. And I think it's important that you start to, you know, grow this thing. You're part of it now. You're taking action. You know, you're part of the family. And one of your responsibilities and duties inside of this thing is to grow it and to, you know, introduce it to people. Because imagine if every single person, this is the thing, I know a lot of people, like, you know, you're not one of these people, but a lot of people, they don't do the work. Like, I've given action items, they're not doing them. Okay, you need to create this habit of every time we have an action item that, you know, you're executing on it. And, you know, if I'm saying, look, send this to people, let's grow the community, let's get people in here. Like, if every person introduced another person, like, this thing would go on forever, and we would help tens of millions of people start businesses and become successful. And trust me, that is within your best interest, because, like, the support, that you're going to get, everything just gets better with more people. Okay, so do that now. Just pause the video. Reach out to a few of your friends on Discord, or hell, even if it's a Reddit post that you're in, like a business thing. Like, check this out. Not only would it mean the world to me, but I also think it will solidify your identity as part of this group and hold you accountable to doing the work, and it will make you more successful. So yeah, that's grade A niche selection. That's how to pick a niche. I know it's been a bit of a ride so far, and trust me, we're only just getting started. We're scratching the surface in terms of this business thing. But if you do the work, stick with me, keep it up. Start getting people in the program. Like, start really holding yourself accountable to this thing. Before you know it, you're going to be crushing it. So yeah, make sure that you've picked this niche. Make sure that you've done the exercises. Spend a good day or two on it. And when you're ready, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Had a dream that I never made it out. Slow. Yo. Had a dream that I never made it out. What do I do? I was losing hope. How do I gain it again if I lose? She been begging to chill. Is it fine if I'm not in the mood? Foot down on the gas. I can't stay. I'm on a go. I'm on a move.
I had a dream, but I was awake. I wanna sleep. I toss and turn all night. Why can't I rest in peace? They think that my life's sweet, and I'm saying it ain't what it seems.
Yo, look, I gotta make change no matter the odds. What would I do if I took them L's and I never put faith in God? When I get paid, I'm gone. I need a. Could they caught me lit and it could've got long. Chasing funds on a daily. I ain't cool now, I'm in the wrong.
When I think about the things that I've done and the girl that I'm with, it's trophies. They know my face and name, but I feel like nobody knows me. The nights get cold and I overthink when I'm lonely. If I give you a call late night, man, don't wanna. I just want you to hold.
Had a dream that I never made it out. What do I do? I was losing hope. How do I gain it again if I lose? She been begging to chill. Is it fine if I'm not in the mood? Foot down on the gas. I can't stay. I'm on a go. I'm on a move.
I had a dream, but I was awake. I wanna sleep. I toss and turn all night. Why can't I rest in peace? They think that my life's sweet, and I'm saying it ain't what it seems. What do I do when the stove gets cold? What do I do when I'm losing hope? I think about the future, not about the present. The losses are lessons I'm learning, bro. That people are weird, go back on their word. I'm standing strong, but it hurt me though. All the things that I've done for you, was it worth it? No. I know where I wanna go,
so I gotta get there.
When the odds are against me and we still win, we don't bet fair.
I heard money's involved and I'm on a go, so I gotta jet there.
For you, I put it all on the line, but I won't put my neck there.
I ain't slept in weeks. I need 20s and 50s coming in heaps. I chase bread, I'm the boring kind. I get the job done and repeat. See Jugger made multiple figures, but I need me something elite. I've been on wait. Now I gotta sleep. Had a dream that I never made it out. What do I do? I was losing hope. How do I gain it again if I lose? She been begging to chill. Is it fine if I'm not in the mood? Foot down on the gas. I can't stay. I'm on a go. I'm on a move. Had a dream that I never made it out. Slow. Yo. Had a dream that I never made it out. What do I
don't talk if it ain't about the money. My boys in the trap and they jump like a bunny. Got pounds and pills, it ain't nothing funny. I fall on the side and I keep the bitch calm. If I gotta reach up, I'ma keep that bitch down. But a nigga got a teeny hat. Bet on that boy like a BB hat. How you wish you won't see me, hat? Push out the white like seaweed, hat. Why little nigga won't beat me, huh? 4-5 when I'm creeping, hat. Drive by shooting the demon, hat. Fuck is you saying I'm geeking, huh?
I rock like pebble, jump from your sheet. You hear this beat, coming like heavy metal. If you got a business, bro, please set it in stone like rock. Raw, I came with a brand new book. Like man, have guys all shot, don't like Uzi, but this thing rocks. Rocks, rocks. Aye. I know you wanna hear some hi hats. Tick, tick, tack to the top. Matter of fact, play that bass, don't disgrace, let it embrace. I know you like this new taste, lit, don't let it go to waste. Yeah, could come clean like Mark. Aye, see this thing rocks. Man had a dreadful year. That's the reason why I cut off my locks. God tested me just like mocks. The case where I trap like war. Man's murking this just like storms. I don't even like my veg where you talking round me about corn. Gang. If you're mad, say it with your chest. I'm really trying to check me. I'm trying to see where you're on so I know that you're off. You might as well start, just press play. And I'm quite cold. Coming like a virtual cop, cause you're on the other side of the phone. If I don't like the bass or the pitch of your tone, I'll tell a man leave me alone. Gang. I rock like pebble, jump from your sheet. You hear this beat, coming like heavy metal. If you got a business, bro, please set it in stone like rock. Raw, I came with a brand new book. Like man, have guys all shot, don't like Uzi, but this thing rocks. Rocks. Aye. I know you wanna hear some hi hats. Tick, tick, tack to the top. Matter of fact, play that bass, don't disgrace, let it embrace. I know you like this new taste, lit, don't let it go to waste. Yeah, could come clean like Mark. Aye, my dog. This thing rock like Wyler. You think you're fine, you ain't ling my friend, you ain't pinger than Skylar Tyler. No, you ain't linger than her. Can't wait till I get my whip and skirt. Or I get a diamond chain like Burr. Or I get a thing that screams up purr. Aye, me and bro come different. I'm like summer, he's like winter. Okay, like TT Flake, had to tell a man bait from all that smoke. I look, why you tryna take that toll? Had a sweet one, asked my call, and I was like, no, I don't really use that. She wanna stick to the boy like blue tack. I rock like pebble, jump from your sheet. You hear this beat, coming like heavy metal. If you got a business, bro, please set it in stone like rock. Raw, I came with a brand new book. Like man, have guys all shot, don't like Uzi, but this thing rocks. Rocks. Aye. I know you wanna hear some hi hats. Tick, tick, tack to the top. Matter of fact, play that bass, don't disgrace, let it embrace. I know you like this new taste, lit, don't let it go to waste. Yeah, could come clean like Mark. Could come clean like Mark. Clean like Mark. Mark. Could come clean like Mark. Could come clean like Mark. Clean like Mark. Could come clean like Mark. Clean like Mark. Could come clean like Mark.
Hey, what? This is the shit that my daddy had raised me on. Niggas got lit off the features I skated on. I gotta know how you get lit off the nigga you hating on. Numbers untouchable, they got the data wrong. This is the moment I know they been praying on. What? Try not to boy out, but fuck it, I'm staying on. Oh, keep on sending me slaps to go crazy on 40. Keep saying it's time to be patient. There's so many people, we turning the tables on. Capo got plans, but we'll say that for later on. Hush and keep saying they know that they played it wrong. Katie just text, what the fuck are we waiting on? Damn. Me, I'm expressionless. Niggas be talking about don't shoot the messenger. 555, get shot for way less than here. None of you pussies is blocking my blessings here. What? All these years throwing success in your face. All of these baddies obsessed with my face. All the shit they don't address in my face. I can't be showing no stress in my face. What? Yeah, no face. Sleepy off no melatonin. My therapist put in a 30-day notice. Cause I keep on talking about beefing and business and money and women. There's no diagnosis, they emptied the clip. Quick, swap that shit out and I came back reloaded. I'm just so happy that niggas who envied and held that shit and got to finally show it. I'm over the moon. Yeah, we'll see you boys soon. I'm spreading my wings, I hop out cocoon. I'm studio trapping, I'm locked in the room. What? All these years throwing success in your face. All of these baddies obsessed with my face. All the shit they don't address in my face. I can't be showing no stress in my face. What? Yeah, no face. No face. yourself, you the fucking coldest. Intelligent too, ooh, you my sweetheart. I've always liked my women book and street smart. Long as they got a little class like half days. And the confidence to overlook my past ways. Time heals all, and heels hurt to walk in. But they go with the clutch that you carry your lip gloss in. And look, I really think nobody does it better. I love the way that you put it together.
Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Nail done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, hair done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Nail done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, hair done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh?
Well, aren't you a breath of fresh air? From all these superficial gold digging bitches in here. They get a ball and figure they ain't gotta pick a career. Guess they plan on sucking dicks until some millions appear. Like voila, you do it right, he just might buy you a car. Man, she play these suckers just like B.O.B. play the guitar. Now here you are, with your girls having drinks at the bar. I say I'm buying, you decline, that is kinda bizarre. Independent with the demeanor of an R&B singer. Naked ring finger, M3 Beamer, champagne range, triple white Jag, closet full of brand new clothes and handbags. Alexander McQueen, Prada, Gucci, Chanel, D&G, BCBG, Versace, Louis, and BB. You ain't needy, greedy, or easy as these other breezes who fuck for bottles of reason, the bowls of baked ziti.
Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Nail done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, hair done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Nail done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, hair done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh?
Atlanta girls, let me see your hands. Wave 'em at them bitches hating on you with their friends. Girl, you got it. Let 'em know that everything big. Nail done, hair done, everything big. And my NY girls, let me see your hands. Wave 'em at them bitches hating on you with their friends. Girl, you got it. Let 'em know that everything big. Nail done, hair done, everything big. And my
LA girls, let me see your hands. Wave 'em at them bitches hating on you with their friends. Girl, you got it. Let 'em know that everything big. Nails done, hair done, everything big. And my TO girls, let me see your hands. Wave 'em at them bitches hating on you with their friends. Girl, you got it. Let 'em know that everything big. Nail done, hair done, nail done, hair
said
done.
go Cinderella, go Cinderella. Orgasm blush, lipstick, and concealer. Devil in a tight dress, girl, you a killer. And ain't nobody realer, and ain't nobody realer. Go, 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 go. Showtime. Go, 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 go. As we proceed.
5.5 and boys, asses off the hook. Cinderella about to lose the glass off her foot. And when I find it, is when I find you. And we could do the things we never got the time to. Better late than never, but never late is better. They tell me time is money, but we'll spend it together. I'm down for whatever, you just lead the way. We go to dinner, y'all don't even look at me to pay. Mature women with more than me were the first to tempt me. And Jason had this girl Tammy with a purple Bentley. How she got it, I ain't never get to ask. I just knew that she was fine like a ticket on the dash. Yeah, but shout out to the homeowners, the girls that got diplomas and enough money to loan us a little something extra, should we ever need it. If it sounds like you, then let me hear you repeat
Oh,
it.
you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Nail done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, hair done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh?
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Total Niche Immersion. So at this point in the training, you should have picked your niche, and you should know what your niche is. But now you might be wondering, well, what problem am I going to solve for them? And also, you might know nothing about your niche. You might have some understanding of it, but you could also have no understanding of it. And so what we're going to be doing in this video is I'm going to unveil a strategy that I've used in the past, that I've created myself, that will help you completely immerse yourself in the world of your niche. And this is going to help you understand your niche probably better than they understand themselves. I'm going to show you how to find a painful problem to solve and validate that that problem is the right problem to pick and everything. But I'm also going to show you how to construct an avatar and how to really get to grips with this thing. Now, even if you already know your niche, and even if you already understand your niche, I'd still recommend you do this video, and I'd still recommend that you follow the instructions in this video, because you can never understand your niche well enough. I've been doing this for 8 years now with my niche, and I still learn new things about them every week, every month. I'm learning something new, something's unfolding, and I'm able to use that information to bolster my business and make more money. And so if you think you know everything you need to know about your niche, then you've kind of failed before you've even started, because you never know everything about your niche, because it's always changing and evolving. So let's get into it. So we're going to go through Born from Niche, Avatars, 28 Buckets, the Imperium Academy Avatar, ongoing cycle, immersion strategy, validating problem and solution, and deciding solution. And so the objective of this video is to help you understand your niche, basically, and also pick what problem we're going to solve. Which is quite exciting, because now that we've picked the niche and we've done a little bit of work, this is where I'm going to give you some exercises and some some sort of challenges here, and this is where we're really going to be getting to work. So this is sort of like a proper, okay, we're actually building the business now, which is very exciting. So without further ado, let's jump in. So welcome to Total Niche Immersion. Here we're going to totally nail your avatar, problem, and solution, which obviously contribute to your core foundations. Now this resource will give you a solid process to help you properly understand your niche on a deep level and extrapolate a problem from them, and from that understanding that will be worthy of building a consulting business on top of it. You must get this right, so pay attention. If you skip, like, the niche research thing, it's kind of boring and it doesn't sound that shiny or exciting. Like, I know what you're thinking, like, oh, it's just a bit of research, like, I don't care. But honestly, like, I cannot overstate the importance of this. You must get this right. You must find a good problem and a good solution. And the only way we're going to do that is if we really, really dig in and try and understand this thing. So born from niche. So your business is born from your niche. Your niche essentially gives birth to all the foundations in your business. You know, your offer that you have, the result you offer, the solution you have, the problem you have, all of these things are upstream from the selection of your niche. And the quality of your foundations, which determines the quality of your business and therefore the quality of your entire future, pretty much, is hinged upon your niche. And so it's imperative that you get it and you understand it, because the better you understand it, the better you can adapt yourself and your business to it. And the truth is, you know, like in nature, for example, like the species that survive are the ones that fit the niche the best in any given environment. And so the species that understands that niche the best is able to adapt its body and its behaviors and everything about itself to that niche. And it's only through understanding the niche that adaptation can manifest. And so businesses don't start because of a good idea. They start because a market has a need, want, or desire that can be capitalized on. So we don't just, you know, you should be realizing this by now, we don't just come up with ideas in the shower. We're like, yeah, light bulb moment, I'm going to go, like, eureka, I'm going to go and start this business. No. Anyone who's ever done this, who's had this brainwave of an idea, it's only worked because the market has had a need, want, or desire that that idea facilitates. It is a terrible idea to start with an idea, because the only reason an idea works is if it fits what the market needs, wants, or desires. And so this is why I'm starting you with a niche, so we can reverse engineer your entire business and success based off the one thing that really matters, which is the niche. So because of this, it's really dangerous to assume you know what your niche wants or needs. So maybe you understand your niche a little bit. You know, maybe you've done some calls with people in your niche before, or maybe you've been a member of your niche before. But even if that's the case, it's still really dangerous to assume you know everything. It's dangerous to assume you know what their biggest problem is. So maybe you're like, you know, oh, I want to work with this niche, these business owners, right? Or this person, or this type of person. I know what their problem is. It's definitely going to be this. Like, no, you do not come into this. Like, if any scientist conducting research that has, like, in science, this is basically called, what is this called? This is called like a bias, right? So if a scientist starts a study and they start research with a goal in mind, which is basically to prove that they are right, then the study becomes tainted and it becomes completely inaccurate. And so what I don't want to see you guys doing is coming into this research thinking you already know the niche or thinking you already know the problem that you're going to solve, and then just seeking to confirm what you already believe to be true. Because in business, we can either be objectively accurate and make a lot of money, or we can be subjectively right. And so would you rather be rich or would you rather be right? You know, maybe it is the case that the problem that you think you're going to solve is the problem that you are going to solve after some research, but the worst thing you can do is taint all of your research with this bias you have around what you think is going to happen. So remove any biases, remove any ideas of what you think you already know. Just trust me, the only way to understand something truly is to properly objectively research it. And it's also dangerous to blindly copy other business foundations. So maybe you see competitors in your niche, and maybe you see businesses in your niche solving a specific problem, and you think that's the problem that you're going to solve. Well, all of those businesses are just copycats of the other businesses that look like them. It's kind of like an echo chamber. Maybe that will be your business model. Maybe that makes sense. But you need to validate. Dangerous to blindly copy other business foundations. So maybe you see competitors in your niche, and maybe you see businesses in your niche solving a specific problem, and you think that's the problem that you're going to solve. Well, all of those businesses are just copycats of the other businesses that look like them. It's kind of like an echo chamber. Maybe that will be your business model. Maybe that makes sense. But you need to validate your problem. You need to validate your niche. So no biases. You must learn to perform your own critical analysis on your niche. So critical basically means just like finding the truth. And so it's difficult to find the truth if you're already looking for a lie. So don't look for a lie. Don't look for anything. Just look for what's there. Now, your understanding of your niche is the most important thing to your business success. And I know that this sounds trivial, and probably you're thinking this isn't true. Like, how can my understanding of the people I help be the main thing? Well, anyone that's been in business for any amount of time will tell you that's true, but since you're a beginner, it might not make sense. And this is because everything in your business revolves around your niche. So think about this. The better you understand your niche, like the better your funnels, the better your ads, the better your sales scripts, the better content, the better products, the better copy. You might be thinking, well, why? Surely it's just about strategy. Like, surely what makes a good funnel is just a good funnel. Well, let me ask you this question. How do you know what funnel to make? How do you know what to say in your ads? How do you know what questions to put in your sales scripts? How do you know what copy to write for your emails or for your DMs? How do you know what content to produce? How do you know what products to make, etc., etc.? You know, everything is built around the niche. So if someone came to me with a funnel and said, hey, Charlie, is this a good funnel or not? I'd say, I don't know, because I'm not a member of your niche. Or if someone came and said, hey, Charlie, I want to make this video for my YouTube channel. Like, I'm in the barber niche and I want to make this video. Is it a good video? I'm like, I don't know, I'm not a barber. Like, anything you produce in your business comes from the niche. And what that means is the quality of your production of all of the assets in your business, marketing assets, onboarding assets, product assets, anything you build ever comes out of your niche and your market. And so you have to understand it. You know, like, for example, all of my YouTube videos start with an idea of what would my niche want to see. And this program, this product, right? Like, how do I know what to put in this program? There's like, you know, if I compiled all of my knowledge about the world and business and everything together, like, I could make this thing like, I mean, literally EasyGrow, for example, like 400 videos long, because it solves a more complex issue of scale and client acquisition. But like, how do I know what you need? Like, how do I know what to put in this program? Like, surely I could just like dump my entire brain into a PDF and that would help. Well, no. You know, like, how do I know? To make a video on niche research? Well, it's because I understand that you need to do it. I understand that you you need to do it, if that makes sense. Like you picked your niche, and so the next step for you is to understand your niche. And because I understand that about you, I can include that in the program. And so this program is built with my understanding of what you need, not what I want to put in. So, like for example, I'm not going to be covering like how to run. Like right now, for example, in my company, I spend $200,000 a month on ads, like $2 to $3 million a year on ads, and that number's probably going to increase to 300, 400 in the near future. And so I'm spending, 2, 3 million on ads. I could make a video in this program on like how to run ads at that level, but you don't even make that a year yet. You don't even make that in your lifetime just yet. So there's no point in me putting in really advanced knowledge for beginners. And so I need to understand you and what you need. And this is the danger with products, is putting in what you want to put in, not what they need. Like everything comes from the niche. And EasyGrow as well. EasyGrow is built to include client acquisition information that the market lacks. And so when I was building EasyGrow and I was making acquisition genesis and the mindset training there and the outbound systems, the inbound systems, the paid systems, like they are the best systems in the world for client acquisition. Like we've got 2,000 verified case studies for this damn thing. And like people, it really works, like really well. And the only reason that EasyGrow gets these insane results, and the only reason our Trustpilot is what it is, and our client interviews are what they are, is because, and the reason everyone buys the mastermind afterwards, is because it's built to spec. It's built to the person who wants to buy it. Okay? So if you come into this program, you get a couple of clients. I built EasyGrow to perfectly facilitate the jump from a couple of clients or a couple of $1,000s to like 100K a month, right? And that requires a very specific understanding of you and what you need. And so if you want to produce effective funnels, products, ads, scripts, copy, content, then you have to base it around your niche. So all of these shiny objects, all of these things that you think are really important, they only work if you understand your niche. Everything hinges on how well you know your niche. So let's get to know them. And here's a quote from Eugene Schwartz, who is one of the sort of founding fathers of modern copywriting, modern advertising. If you've seen the show Mad Men, like those copywriters in like the 80s or 60s, whatever it is, kind of based off of these guys, right? David Ogilvy, Eugene Schwartz. Anyway, this summarizes it perfectly. Let's get to the heart of the matter. The power, the force, the overwhelming urge to own that makes advertising work comes from the market itself and not the copy. Copy cannot create desire for a product. It can only take the hopes, dreams, fears, and desires that already exist in the hearts of millions of people and focus those already existing desires onto a particular product. This is the copywriter's task, not to create this mass desire, but to channel and direct it. And so anytime we're building anything in our business, for marketing, for advertising, for sales, for the team, for the product, it's always about channeling what is inside of the customer, okay? It's not about like writing. Like good copy is only good copy if it applies to your niche. Doesn't matter what strategies. You can have the best copywriting strategies in the world. You can be the best YouTuber in the world. You can make the best YouTube videos with the best quality production, the best scripts. But if it doesn't suit your niche, then it doesn't work. Everyone is so concerned with how to write the best copy and make the best content, but they're not concerned with understanding the very party of people that make it possible. So I hope that makes sense. Let's get into it. So avatars. Now, I'm not talking about the movies. If you don't know what the word avatar means, I'm going to explain it. So an avatar is, in essence, a written profile of the average person in your niche. And so what we can do, if we understand the niche really well, is we can create what's called an avatar. An avatar is basically like a profile that simply defines the average human being in your niche. And if you understand the average human being in your niche, then typically you can understand all of the people in your niche. So by understanding one, we can understand many. Now, don't get me wrong. You're not just going out and talking to one person in your niche and then assuming that that person represents your entire niche. Quite the opposite. We need to talk to a lot of people. But once you've spoken to a lot of people, and once you've understood a lot of people in your niche, and you've really done some research, and you've been where they are, and you've consumed the content they consume, and you've spoken to them and asked them questions, and done some sales calls and got some results with them, then you can really start to make generalizations about an entire group, right? And so, like for example, avatars have a lot of different facets, and a facet is basically like pieces, right? So for example, if I was making an avatar of the average British person, then it would be, I could put in there, likes tea, likes to drink cups of tea, or likes to eat full English breakfasts, or enjoys Sunday league football, Like if I was making an avatar about a middle-aged man in the United Kingdom who's got 3, then I would say he's probably got a mortgage, and he probably supports a football team, and he probably likes eating dry roasted peanuts and drinking Guinness. Like it's when it's basically a stereotype. Really, that's what we're trying to do, is create these stereotypes. And it might be the case that in the UK that not every middle-aged man likes dry roasted peanuts and drinking Guinness, but if 80% of them do, then we can build a business off of that, right? So this is because, by understanding one, we can understand many. And this is because people in niches are similar. So if you take 30,000 people who are in the same niche and put them in the same room, you're going to find a lot of similarities and patterns. So I'm not talking necessarily about the physical appearance, although sometimes that actually might be true, What I am talking about is their qualities and characteristics. And so your avatar is going to be developed and built by talking to people in your niche and researching them. So we're not just going to create an avatar out of thin air and be like, oh yeah, I think it's like this, or I'd assume that these people YouTube video or an interview and then just create it. No, you're going to create a Google Doc and start researching, and then you're going to note down everything you observe, and that's how we're going to create this avatar. Now you want to imagine that you're a naturalist. So a naturalist is someone that observes nature, basically, like Charles Darwin, for example. So imagine you're observing something like a species of butterfly. Or if you went to an island and you started seeing these butterflies flying around, then you'd write everything down about the butterfly. So what color are they? What size? What's their mating ritual? What's the length of their antennae? I think think butterflies have antennae or whatever. How fast do they fly? What's their habitat? How long are their legs? What are their behavioral patterns? How long do they sleep? What's their diet? What do they do to defend themselves from predators? What territorial displays they have? You would note down everything about these butterflies. And then what you could do is you could publish in a journal, hey, like this is what these butterflies are like. Like this is the nature of this butterfly. This is just how it is. And by making these observations, you can then, generalize, okay, well, if we have this species of butterfly, then it's probably going to have all these things. And then that way, if you're dealing with the butterfly in the future, then you know what to do. So like if you know that it has a certain territorial display, then if you want to, I don't know, if you wanted to like manage the species and introduce a new butterfly to mitigate the species size, then you can do it when it's doing a territorial display that does something. But you know what I mean? You can start to, actually, if you understand a species, then you can start to play around with it and, have some, not psychopathic fun, but, you can have some fun with predicting its behavior and stuff. Now don't worry, you're not obviously going to be observing your niche's mating rituals, but you get the point, right? You get the point. So how do you build an avatar? Well, you go out and you talk to your niche. And in order to build an avatar and really understand this thing, you need to totally absorb yourself in their life and completely obsess over them. And there's 28 buckets. So I've spent the last 8 years building my avatar for my company. And I've really got 2 avatars, right? So the first avatar, and you're probably only going to have one. The reason I've got 2 is because I've got 2 products now, right? The first avatar I have is obviously the Imperium Academy avatar, which is you, which is a beginner who has no idea how business works and wants to start a business and basically, go from 0 to something, right? And then the second avatar I have is a business owner in the agency, coaching, or consulting space who's already got clients, but who wants to really scale up and get more. And so I've got kind of the same thing, but 2 avatars. And so over the last few years, I've really worked on my avatars, and I've come up with a pretty smart, way of creating these avatars, I think, even if I do so myself. And so what I've done is I've defined 28 buckets of life. And so in the same way that if you were observing a butterfly or a species or any animal, you'd probably create like a list of things that you want to understand about that animal. And so you'd want to know what color. You'd want to know how long does it sleep for? And what you wanted to understand the nature of something, you'd make a list of things you want to understand about it. And so what I've done is I've defined what I call 28 buckets of life. And these are essentially categories of observation that make the avatar creation process a lot easier. And so what I did a while ago is on my whiteboard, I was like, if I really want to understand someone, what's everything that I need to understand about them? That, if understood, paints a really damn clear picture of them. And there might be a couple of things that are missing here, but this covers most of it. And so if you really want to understand someone, you know, if you ask yourself, like, what does it mean to get someone? Like, as in, like, understand them. If you've got a really close friend, and you're like, I understand this person really well. It's like, well, why? What is understanding? Well, understanding is basically just knowing these things about them. And so, what trauma do they have? What obstacles and problems do they face? How old are they? What doubts do they have in life? What are their goals and dreams? What are their fears? What insecurities do they have? What vices and addictions? What do they think about? What belief systems do they have? How do they identify in the world? What emotional patterns do they show? What do they resent? Who do they look up to? What do they feel guilty and shameful about? What media do they consume? What platforms are they on? What routines and habits do they develop? What's their family and relationships like? You know, with their friends. What purchases do they make? How do they take care of their health? What's their health like? What traits do they have? What values do they have? What education do they have? What social life do they have? What hobbies? What work experience? What finances? If you understand these about someone, then, like, you know them, right? Because this is really what I was thinking. I was like, how the hell do I know if I know someone? It's like, well, if I can just list all of these things about them, I'm probably pretty damn close. And so, if you understood all of this about a person in a ton of detail, you'd know pretty much everything there is to know about them. So think about your best friend. Think about your brother, your father. Like, think about someone really close to you that you know, like the person that you just know best. Not yourself, right? But think about somebody else. Somebody that you just, you know, right now in your mind, who do you know really, really, really well? Well, you could answer every single one of these categories in excruciating detail. So if you've got a best friend or a sister or a brother or someone you grew up with or, you know, a family member, you'll know what trauma they have. You'll know what belief systems they have. You'll know what they think about and talk about. You'll know what their social life is like. You'll know how they take care of their health. You'll know what habits they have. You'll know what their financial situation is, right? Now, think about this, right? If you were marketing to this person, you would know exactly what to put in front of them to get them to take action and buy. If you were selling to them, it would be easy. Like, think about that person that you know really well. Like, this is my point. Now, if you know someone that well, now you know what product they would want. Like, what problems do they have? Like, what solutions do they need? You know, what would get them to click? What's going to get them to buy? What's going to make them happy? What's going to make them sad? What's going to make them angry? What's going to make them desire? What's going to make them dream? What's going to make them want to hit a goal? You know, like, if you know everything about someone, then you know exactly what to put in front of them. Like, you know, thought experiment right now. Take this person in your mind, this person you know really, really well. Like, you know them like the back of your hand. You know them so well. Like, imagine now you have to send them an email to get them to do something, to buy something. You could probably craft that email pretty easily. Like, you'd use very, very specific things about their life. Like, you know, for example, let's say that you knew that their work experience, that they did an apprenticeship, and, you know, halfway through their apprenticeship, they had to quit due to poor health, right? And let's then say that we created an offer for this person, because you know their health, right? And their work experience, and you also know, well, you know these two things. And they had to quit their apprenticeship because of poor health. Well, you could craft an email to email them and say, I have a product that helps apprentices with this specific facet with migraines. Let's say they have to quit some migraines. I help apprentices that get migraines remove their migraines so they can advance their career. Does that sound interesting to you? Like, that person's going to respond because it's scarily specific. And the only reason it's scarily specific is because you understand them, okay? And so what we want to try and do is understand the niche and the group of people in the niche on this granular molecular level. And this is how close you want to get to your niche in your avatar, to the point where you can describe your niche as if it's your best friend or your mother or your father. You know, you just know everything about them. So what I'm going to do now is give you an example. And honestly, this is probably going to scare you a little bit. So just a little warning, a little fair warning that, you know, I'm going to scare you a little bit here. So here's an example. So I'm going to give you the Imperium Academy avatar. So I've spent the last 8 years working on my avatar in this program. My avatar extends over nearly 30 pages. So my understanding of you, because this is the avatar, it's you, I've got like 30 pages of information on you. I've got a whole dossier, right? Now, you're not going to have 30 pages of information on your avatar yet. It's taken me, you know, you might only have 1 or 2 pages. It's taken me 8 years to build this thing and to get to the point where I know the market better than it knows itself. So this is, if you wonder, such good products. How is YouTube videos able to get so many views? I mean, hopefully it's not ironically, hopefully I haven't ironically failed now that you're watching this, right? But if you've ever seen, you know, my stuff and my content or my products or my processes or Easy Grow, like, how the hell do you build these things that just seem to work? Like, why is it so effortless? It's because I spent 8 years understanding the people that I'm helping. And so because of that, I know, like, if you sit me down to record an advert on, like, for YouTube ads or something, Like, I don't even need a script anymore. I know exactly what to say. I know exactly what buttons to press because of this. And so I've done all of this in my market. So in the last 8 years, I've made 300 YouTube videos. I've done 500 hours of coaching calls. I've answered or seen more than 10,000 support tickets, for Easy Grow and for clients. I've had more than 100,000 YouTube comments of people giving me feedback. I've spent more than, well, honestly, it's more than $2 million at this point. But, I spend more than $2 million a year on ads. I've had 12.3 million YouTube views. I've done more than 100,000 cold outreaches to my niche, probably more. I've conducted more than 3,000 sales calls. I've had more than 2,500 clients. And now with the academy, as of you coming into this, there might be 100,000 people in here, and there might be even more posts. So my understanding is getting deeper and deeper. Not only this, but I was my market. I was who you are. Now, this isn't necessary, but obviously it's a bonus, right? So another reason I understand my niche so well is because I was the niche. Now, you might not have that luxury, and you don't need that luxury, so I wouldn't worry about it, but it does help. Now, my avatar is my secret weapon, and there is, I'm sorry to say this, but there's absolutely no way that I'm going to share my avatar with this program, because, well, A, if I do, like, what's going to happen is all of my competitors suddenly get 8 years of work and wisdom in like 10 minutes, and I'm not doing that. But B, this is just going to bias you, right? But I'm going to give you some examples. So I've censored most of my avatar, and I'm not even going to give you a Google Doc. I'm going to show you on the screen here, because this is how much I treasure this thing, right? So here's a glimpse into my efforts to understand my niche. And as a member of my niche, you can decide for yourself how good of a job I've done. Try not to freak out, right? So here it is. And you'll notice I've even removed the URL so that nobody can even try and get close to this thing. So what I've got here, this is sort of what an avatar document is going to look like. And so you're going to want to create one of these yourself, and you can model it around my example here. And so what you can see here is I've got 28 pages, and you're going to see most of this has been blacked out because I don't want you to, it's obviously been censored, right? I've got 28 pages of this thing. And what you start with on the first page of your avatar is a brief sort of overview of the person. And this should describe the person. And so my avatar for Imperium Academy is desperately determined but doubtful Daniel. So if I had to describe you in 3 words, you as an individual, I'd probably say that you're desperate, I'd say you're determined, and I'd say you're very doubtful. And I think you'd probably agree. And this is where things get a bit fucking frightening, as you can probably tell. So let me guess this about you. Growing up, you were never anything special. At school and during your early mid-teenage years, you just blended into the crowd. You weren't popular, you never did anything outstanding. You were an average or below average student. School came and went in your life as a boring, dumb, and perhaps traumatizing blur. You progressed through school to later years, and as you did, you felt a sense of dread associated with the path laid out for you. University, jobs, kid, die, right? You're aware of the rat race, and it terrifies you. But everyone else does it, so you must be wrong and they must be right. Well, you think they're wrong. You think everyone else is wrong, and you have to do something to escape the rat race before it's too late, and can't afford to take a risk to do it. So you want to take risks now, you want to start a business now, before you've got a mortgage and children and things tying you down. Also, you're desperate to reject society's financial belief systems, but you lack the confidence to do so. Everyone and everything points towards a 9 to 5, and you kind of go along with it maybe, but secretly you resent it. You think you're better. At some point on your journey, at some point on your journey to mediocrity, you come across a stimulus, you come across a video or something on social media. Some millionaire dude talking about success and how it's actually possible. So you're living this normal, boring life, and then suddenly this millionaire comes along on social media, and he's like, and you see this completely different life, and it kind of hooks you in. Now, at first, when you saw this person, you dismissed them as a scammer who was full of shit, But then you saw another, and then they say the right things, and they know what to say to make you angry, happy, and sad, and confident. When you watch these people, it's like you're being thrown around from emotion to emotion. And at this point, you're basically an emotional puppet to these male influencers. You're putty in their hands, and you project your desires onto them. So these influencers, like that you see, they know what to show you. They know what makes you tick, and you want to be like them. So after a few months of this financial courtship, you give in and you actually buy from this person, this influencer. Could be me. I mean, God, maybe you come into this program, right? This is the most important decision in your life because there's now a shred of belief. Like you've made a step. You've taken a step towards actually building a business, and you've taken some action. You've made a decision, and you've invested, albeit maybe a small amount of money. But now you've got a shred of belief it's possible. A new identity is being formed, and this is where you are right now. You're forming a new identity. You've set an actual goal. You believe it's possible to some degree. What used to be an abstract dream of becoming financially free or never worrying about money again has now solidified into a goal. So you no longer have dreams, you have goals. Make 10K a month, become a millionaire. You're no longer a consumer, but you're not a business person. Your identity is split between 2 things. You're split between just being this average dude, just this normal blip in the universe, this irrelevant person that just doesn't do anything exceptional, and entrepreneur. So you kind of got 2 identities now. You're like just this dude, but you also feel like you're an entrepreneur and you have this potential. You're B to want to be. You're not B2C because you're not consumer anymore. And you're not B2B because you're not business right now. You're B to want to be. And so you start. Usually not this course, but if you've bought another course in the past, or you've bought like a university thing for like business, like the first thing you buy usually sucks. Now, if you're lucky enough to start the Imperium Academy, then it won't suck. Because if you go and buy another course after the Imperium Academy, you're going to be incredibly disappointed. Because this thing is like, I know this is obviously my word and it's biased, but it's so much better. But anyway, but the thing is the first course you buy, you compare to the educational system you've been through. And so you think that even if let's say you spend $1,000 on one of these guru courses and it really sucks, well, you think it's good. You don't know it's bad. You know it's bad now because you've been through the academy, right? And you've seen this content, you've compared it, and you're like, holy shit, right? But at the time, when you go through this course, what you've done is you've compared it to the traditional education system. So you're like, this is so much better than I've learned more in this one video than I did in like a year of school. That's what you say. Beginning the journey excites you. It brings you extreme levels of confidence, completely irrational levels of confidence you have at the beginning, by the way. And you have a glimmer of something good in your life. Much to your parents and your friends' dismay, you drop out of university, you quit your job, and you decide to chase your dream. Now, your friends and your parents are, they're like, what the fuck is going on? They're like, you shouldn't try and start a business. They tell you 9 out of 10 businesses fail. Your friends start saying, oh, you think you're better than us. Like, all of the people around you start thinking you're going a little bit insane. right? But at this time you have confidence, which is why you do it, and you take this big step. But then the doubt comes, that terrible, crippling onslaught of dread and fear that just comes and hits you at like midnight as you're trying to sleep. Confidence, hope, and joy is replaced with uncertainty, terror, and misery. You sabotage yourself, you break your good habits, you undo all your good work. This infuriates you, and after a few 3 a.m. motivational videos and shadow boxing in your room at 2 a.m., which I know you've done, you're back in action. And then the cycle of emotion repeats itself over and over again. You go from confidence to doubt, extreme, I'm going to be a millionaire and get everything I want, to this isn't worth it, this is never going to work. But you stick to it. You make some small marks of progress, and you suffer significantly for them. You swear that you're just one thing away from success. This one funnel is going to make me successful. This one piece of copy is going to make me successful. This YouTube video is the thing. You believe that one thing will fix all the problems in your life, but you're ruthlessly determined. You're desperate and you're doubtful, but you are bloody determined. You plug on. You're inspired to never quit. You want it and you will work for it. That is you. And that might scare the living shit out of you, because I've just described, well, hopefully, if I've some of you won't resonate with this, because this is 95% of the people that are watching this video. But there are going to be 5% that are just like, what the hell, that's not me at all, you weirdo, right? But what you need to realize is that avatars are never, the map is not the territory, so to speak. Like, they're not going to be absolutely perfect every single time. But what matters is it accurately describes 80 to 90% of your market. And so now if you're wondering, well, how does Charlie make so much money, and why is it that he knows what to say? And it's because I know you. I've spent 8 years like in love with you, not in like a weird, erotic way, but I love you. I love this market, so to speak. I love it. I love the people in it. I love helping them, and I'm completely obsessed with understanding them. And I'm able to, channel all of that love and that, that passion for this market into really understanding it. And so when you get to a point where you can write something like this, and you should this should have just hit you. You should be like thinking like, what the hell? This is weird. This guy understands me really damn well. And this is just scratching the surface. So let's move on. So the next thing you do with your avatar, and by the way, I'm not going to give you like a template for this. You can basically use this sort of example to build your own template, because I don't want to just sort of, there might be more things or less things you want to cover that you feel are relevant here. So I'm going to kind of let some emergence happen, and I'm not giving you a template for your avatar, but you're going to want to create one. But you can do it in your own way, right? Maybe you want to do it on like a Miro board, or maybe you want to draw it. So table of contents. So we've got trauma, which we can jump to. We've got everything we can jump to. So I know everything about you. And so let's start with the trauma. I'll give you some examples. So you definitely probably have some trauma. Whether you know it or not, you probably don't know. You probably think I haven't got it, but you probably do. Trauma guides your life, but you're lucky because you have what psychologists would call post-traumatic growth. And this means the predominant way you solve your trauma is through work and growth instead of degeneration and decline. So instead of turning to drinking or partying or cocaine or gambling or heroin, you turn to work and you turn to business. So it's called post-traumatic growth. You still slip into some of these bad habits that you used to cope with the trauma you had as a kid. So you still smoke weed, or you drink from time to time, or you play video games, or you're on short-form content or bad websites that you shouldn't be on. But your main coping mechanism for trauma is work, which is good. So maybe you were bullied, and you can pause to read these if you want to. Maybe you got picked on in school. You were probably unpopular in school and had low status in school. Maybe you didn't. Once again, the territory is, the map is not the territory, but maybe you resonate with this, in school. You've broken your personal word 1,000 times, so you lack self-trust. You've made loads of promises to yourself that you'd quit this and start that, but you've broken your word. You don't trust yourself. You feel in your life, you felt directionlessness. In your life, you felt like you've wasted your potential. Maybe in school, you had no friends. Maybe when you were growing up, you were completely isolated because no one understood you. Maybe you come from a broke, poor, or low-income family. Maybe you feel mediocre or average, and that terrifies you. So obstacles, problems, I'm not going to show you these because they're censored. So maybe a problem you say you have is you don't have the time to do it. You think you don't have ample time to make it work. Maybe you're studying or working full time. You use this as an excuse to not start or work properly. You've probably done this before. Like, one of the obstacles you have to success is telling yourself you don't have the time. If I open up another one of these, let's just see. Lack of energy. Maybe you're tired all the time and you don't have energy to actually sit down and work consistently. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, these are little pockets of truth. Let's pick another one. It's this one here. Another problem, monoculture business model. You can't think for yourself and you lack critical thinking. So anytime you try and start a business or do anything, you just copy everyone. You probably do that, right? So I can use this understanding to get you to do things, which sounds Machiavellian. So age, you're probably one of these ages. Either you're between 16 and 20, which means that you're an immature, confused teen. You're between 20 and 27, you're emotional, and I call these the I'm falling behinders. So if you're 20, 27 and you're not successful yet, you probably feel like you're falling behind everyone. And you feel like you need to catch up with all these people you're seeing that are making way more money than you. And if you're between 27 and 35, then you're probably more level-headed, but maybe you feel like a failure. Maybe you feel like you've wasted your 20s and you've failed. And I'm not, as I'm saying this, some of this shit might make you feel emotional. It might make you feel angry. It might make you feel judged. It might make you feel like I'm a dickhead. You might think Charlie's just a dick right now. I'm not doing any of this to judge you. I'm just making observations about the market, okay? And if you're 18, maybe you're just confused. Maybe you're like, what the hell do I do? I don't know where to start, So these are the 3 ages. These are the 3 different types of avatar I've got, and then some doubts. Let's pick one of these, right? So one thing that you probably doubt is your competence. You feel like an imposter. That's just another example, Goals and dreams, right? I know your goals and dreams. Another goal you've got, supercars or equivalent status object. Maybe another goal you've got is, being shredded, learning to fight, monk mode, good habits, all of this stuff. So fears, your primary fears of failure, wasting potential. You're afraid of commitment. You're afraid of mediocrity. You're afraid of the shame from your family and friends. You're afraid of being judged. You're afraid of losing the opportunity because you feel like it's now or never. You're afraid of someone saying, I told you so. Recession, rejection, not being able to provide, losing, starting too late, being out of control, being left behind, disappointing your parents, being mundane, burned out, getting out competed, All of these things, you're afraid of them. So you kind of get the point. I've got these sort of data points. Like, what do you think about? I know what you think about. There's only 12 things that you think about. Politics, money, women, other men that you're competing with, the game, your business, sports or video games, health, religion if you have one, material objects, education, which is learning new things, vices, and relationships. These are the only things that you think about. Maybe there's one or two more, but you get the point, right? I know you so well, and because of that, I can use that knowledge to get you to do things, buy things, learn things, make progress. Now, a little ethical warning. If you're going to do this and you're going to build this, please make sure you're doing it for the right reasons, because with this understanding of this market, I could wreak some absolute havoc. Like, and you've only got to look on the internet to sort of realize that this is true with all the people that scam and, create massive problems online. Like, they're just using this knowledge to, further a negative agenda. So everything that I'm doing here and all these things that I understand, I always want to use for good. Like, I want to use these understandings to, really help you and, help you progress. So what do you resent? Well, you probably resent social media algorithms for showing you content that fuels your bad habits. You probably resent part of yourself, bad friends. You probably resent the government, an ex-girlfriend, sometimes even your parents. So maybe you resent the far left or feminists. Once again, I'm not saying that either of these two things are good or bad. I'm not trying to make this political. That's not what this program's about. You'll know this. But a lot of people in my niche, I'm observing the truth. They do not like, they resent the far left wokeness. I'm not saying whether or not I do. I'm just telling you what I've observed. This is kind of the truth, right? They don't like anyone that's weak and soft. The education system. They resent the education system for not teaching you what you need to know. So I've got a lot of this, right? What are your traits? You can pause, and these traits probably perfectly describe you. Yeah. So that might frighten you a little bit, and you might not sleep as well tonight. Sorry about that. But this is my point. What I wanted to do was just to show you a few pockets of this, so that you can basically just understand the importance of this and how imperative that this thing is to your success and your growth and your progress. You just got to know it, okay? Because if you do, then you'll absolutely crush everyone. So avatars are never going to be perfect. That's impossible, because we're taking an average person in the niche. Average is as good as we've got, unfortunately, but it definitely gets the job done. You simply cannot understand every single person in the niche on a case-by-case basis. So by showing you this, what I'm hoping to have achieved is helping you understand just how important this is. And you might be thinking, for your niche, there's no way that there's that much detail on them. Trust me, there is. If you spend, many, many years talking to many, many people in the same place, you'll be able to create one of these things, and it will be 20 to 30 to 40 pages long. It really will. This is possible, right? So yeah, now that you know a little bit about this, let's talk about this thing called ongoing cycle. So building an avatar requires market understanding. And to start, you have to do manual research. So in order for us to, really, the best way to get to grips with an avatar is to do sales calls and talk to clients. But the problem is you can't talk to clients and get sales calls if you don't understand your avatar, because you need the avatar to get it. So let me explain. So true market understanding comes from doing sales calls, talking to customers, and getting results. And here's how it goes. So you heavily research your market to hypothesize your avatar. So the first avatar you create is basically a hypothesis. And what this, in essence, means is you're creating a theory about what these people are like. And that's your version 1. And you're going to use this hypothesis to call out your niche and get sales calls and clients. And so you're going to craft your cold emails around this avatar. You're going to craft your cold DMs around this avatar. You're going to craft your cold calling scripts around this avatar. You're going to create your sales pitch, your content, your machine, your whole business is going to be created around this thing. And this hypothesis should be accurate enough, because I'm going to show you how to do this. It should be accurate enough to get some sales calls. And so once you've got some sales calls and some clients, then this will help you re-hypothesize a more accurate avatar, which will be version 2. And this new, more accurate hypothesis will help you get more sales calls and more clients, and more sales calls and more clients will help you get more accurate avatar, and so on and so forth. And so a positive feedback loop forms. So this is amplification again. You should remember the idea of positive feedback loops from Six-Figure Fusion. And this is what it looks like. So the depth of your avatar, if the deeper your avatar gets and the more you understand it, the more sales calls and clients you can get, because the better the stimulus that you can use to attract people to the business and to get customers. And the more sales calls and clients you get, the better your understanding of your avatar gets. And the better your avatar understanding and depth gets, the more sales calls and clients. And this thing just feeds back and feeds back. And you will over time have this exponential avatar understanding where you'll get to a point where you can write a day in the diary of your avatar, of your niche. I can predict you and your behavior to a T. I know exactly what you're going to do today. I know exactly what you're going to think. I know exactly what beliefs you have. I know exactly what trends are going to make you click. I know exactly what you like to eat. I know exactly what religions a lot of you have. I know exactly what you think about at 3 in the morning when you can't fall asleep. I know everything about you. And this is also what politicians do as well. So if you've ever wondered why some political leaders are just so successful and seem to have so much charisma and popularity with a certain group of people, it's because they know what to say. They know exactly all these political messages that come out of the mouth of a politician, whether it's "Make America Great Again" or whether it's Hitler with the Nazis, whether it's Churchill with "We'll fight them on the beaches," whether it's Obama, whether it's a Roman emperor. All of these speeches and all these words they say and all these messages that resonate, they're so carefully engineered because of the level of understanding. For example, when we had Brexit in the UK, and the UK left the European Union, Dominic Cummings, the guy who engineered Brexit behind the scenes, he came up with the strapline or the message for Brexit for the Brexit Party of "Take back control." And what these 3 words did is they encapsulated the psychological conditions of 50% of the United Kingdom. because all of these people who had been like typically an older generation as well, what happened is this older generation, they felt like they weren't in control anymore. They didn't have their country. They wanted to take their country back. And I'm not saying, once again, this is not political. I'm just making an observation. I'm not saying whether or not Brexit's good and whether or not take back control is good. But the Brexit Party, credit to them, they really nailed that message, because take back control just resonated so hard across the entire United Kingdom that they won a campaign off of it. Same thing with Trump, make America great again. A lot of Americans feel like America, they remember it being great, and it's not great anymore. And so if you say make it great again, they're like, oh my God, this thing's amazing, right? So once again, I'm not giving you my political opinions, I'm just telling you the truth, okay? And so this is how we build avatar understanding in depth. Now, I'm probably on avatar version 104. I've been working on this thing for years, 8 years, like hundreds of thousands of touch points with my market, and now I can actually create something insane. You're never going to build a perfect avatar first time around. Your version 1 is going to be weak, poorly rounded, shallow, and not entirely accurate. You're going to do maybe 10 hours of research and try and build this thing, and it's going to be like a page long, and you're going to be thinking, damn, this is nothing. And that's fine, because mine was that at the beginning as well. When I started, my avatar was like 2 pages, and it was kind of all wrong. But it should be enough to get you going. And as you go through the next few action items and exercises to build your avatar, don't worry if it's as extensive as mine. Just try your best and try and keep this thing a work in progress. So every month, revisit it, rebuild it, make the unconscious conscious. Like, write down what you know about the market and what you've learned. And imagine an avatar is kind of like a car with tires that have very shallow traction, but for every mile, so imagine a car with tires that have a really bad grip. They've got very shallow traction, which means they haven't got much grip on the road. But for every mile that these tires drive, the traction on the tire increases by 0.01%. So every time you drive the thing, it gets a little bit grippier. With enough repetition and miles, the tires will grip the road like nothing else. And this is how building your avatar works. Like, at the beginning, the car has no grip, no traction, but the further it drives, the more traction it gets. At the beginning, your avatar is going to be shallow and very misunderstood, but as you progress, you're going to understand it more. And this is another reason why you need to have high stickability in your business, because the longer you stick to this thing, the deeper your market understanding becomes, the easier it is for you to do everything. So, action item. So do this right now, pause the video and do this right now. Make a Google Doc called Avatar. Bookmark it and then continuously work on it, okay? So I want to see you do this now. Make a Google Doc, call it Avatar. Don't even have to fill it out yet, but just make it and then put it in your bookmarks so it appears in your bookmarks tab up here, and just continuously work on it. So do that now. You should be doing that right now. I'll give you a second to do it. Go and do it now. And don't be one of the people who says, oh, I don't need to do that. I know my niche, or I'll do it later. Maybe you've just put that on the to-do list. Do it now. There's no time like the present to put cause to effect, my friend. So the next thing is the immersion strategy. So the point of this video is total niche immersion, and immersion basically means to become heavily, heavily involved in something. And so what we're going to do now that you understand the importance of understanding your niche, and you've seen the absolute devastating raw power, that comes with being able to do that, as demonstrated by my avatar and my understanding of you, we're going to develop an immersion strategy. So this is by far the most powerful strategy on the planet for avatar building and niche research. And I created this and did exactly this to build all my avatars for my past businesses and my present business. And this strategy got me to 10K a month, 100K a month, and $1 million a month, respectively. And it's going to get me to 3 million a month soon, right? So this strategy contains 5 key steps, and you can see the document below. So we have step 1, which is called immersive community. Step 2, which is called immersive internet. Step 3, which is called immersive content. Step 4, immersive outreach. And step 5, conducting research calls. So in order to build your avatar, in order to find your problem, in order to find a solution, we've got to do 5 things in order, okay? So you can come here, and this will be available in the resources section below this video, or obviously on this Google Doc as well. So here is a fully fledged immersion strategy. So in the same way that professional actors will immerse themselves in the world of the character of their upcoming role, we too want to do the same thing for our niche. So to do this, we use a process that I've created called total immersion strategy, or just immersion strategy. Immersion means deep involvement in something. And what I've done is create 2 resource views. So I'm telling you, this is where we're going to really start doing some work. So there's going to be a lot of resources in this video, and we've got resources inside of resources inside of resources. So what you can do is come to immersion strategy, and maybe you want to go to file and make a copy for yourself, and organize it in Google Drive. But you want to, this should say 60, not 90, sorry about that. But what we want to do here, let me just make sure that this doesn't say 90 elsewhere. Okay, that's good. So what you want to do is come to this immersion strategy document, and you want to find the niche dictionary and the niche immersion research notes. And so what we're going to do is open these 2 up, and these will also be available in the resources section to download as a PDF. But you'll want to click here for the Google Doc, open this up, and then make a copy for yourself so you can actually edit it, and do the same thing for this. And so the niche dictionary is basically what it sounds like. So your niche is going to have language, and they're going to have jargon. And what that basically means is they're going to have terms that give meaning in their life specifically to them that only they will understand. And so, for example, in the business world, for high-ticket businesses specifically that run ads, we have AOV, which stands for average order value, which is how much cash is collected up front at the point of sale. Let's say you work with dentists, they have the word Invisalign. What the hell does that mean? Maybe they have a different term for sanitation or something. And so what's going to happen as you do your niche research and as you immerse yourself in your niche, as I'm going to show you how to do, is you're going to start noticing words that you don't know how to define. And you're going to start to learn the language of your niche, and you need to become fluent in that language. And so what you want to do is bookmark your niche dictionary. And what I've done is I've basically created this 10 pages of terms and definitions. So every time you come across a word you don't quite understand, you can define it and refer back to it. And this is how you're going to speak the language of your niche. So when you're booking sales calls and doing sales calls, or when you're making content, or when you're creating products, or when you're building ads, you know the niche. You know how they talk, and you know what to say, and you know what everything means. Okay? So bookmark this and save it. The next thing we have is the niche immersion research notes. And this is another thing where you want to go to file, make a copy, and you can click here for that. You want to write everything down. So everything you learn in the next couple of months about your niche, every fact, every nugget, every idea, every point, literally everything, no matter how trivial it may seem. We want to map every piece of knowledge you get in your niche. And you want to highlight the stuff that's really important in bold. And so what we can do is we can create categories. Now, you're not going to be able to do this yet, but as you consume more content and talk to more people, categories will evolve. A category is basically like a bucket of discussion. And so, if you're working in the gym niche, then one category that people might talk about is membership retention. Or if you're in the binge eating niche, if you're in the binge eating niche, for example, then one category that people might talk about is relapse. And so once you've spent many hours researching your niche, you'll be able to categorize the discussions that you learn and the points that you learn, the information that you learn. And you can color categories accordingly. So, you can color them so you know what people are talking about and where to put it. And then you want to list and color your categories here. So you're going to just list them. You're not going to know what the categories are yet. You really won't. You're going to have to, do this later. But eventually you're going to want to list the categories. Now, when you start to notice patterns emerging, you're like, oh, this is a category. This has been brought up many times. So then we've got our notes. So I've given you 50 pages of notes here, to write down, because really you should aim to fill this as much as you possibly can. If you saw my notes on my niche, I've been keeping notes on my niche now for like 5 years. It's like, I think it's like 203 pages long, or I think it's more than that actually, since I last checked. But anyway, you can use this and get started with this. So the way you use this is you basically list the date that you found the piece of information, and then you link the source to the piece of information and the timestamp of the source or the page of the source. So if it's a book, you put what page it is. If it's a video or a podcast, you link the timestamp. But basically, you want to organize it where you know what day or what date you found the information on, you know where you found it, and you know where specifically to go in that source of information to find that information. And then what you do is you write down, using your color-coded categories, what you learned. So for example, if your niche was coaches and consultants, then what you might want to do is, come over to YouTube, right, like this. And so let's say that you're in the coaching consulting niche. And so you come to my YouTube channel to watch me talk to 40 consultants about mindset, which is what this video is, right? And so at this point in this video, I make the point of high-ticket consultants struggle with burnout. That's research. That's a piece of information that you can use to build your avatar. And it's also, it reveals a problem. So, off the back of this one piece of information, maybe your niche, maybe your problem becomes burnout, and you become an expert in helping high-ticket consultants with burnout, just off of one piece of information. So anything that, even no matter how trivial it seems, we're trying to do pattern recognition. We're really just looking for as much information as we can here. And you're just going to come to these videos and go to these sources, and you're going to be fine. And then obviously, you know, this another example. So this source here is like if you're in the let's say you're in the dental niche. Once again, I'm not advocating for the dental niche. It's just a, you know, it's just a pretty easy one to think off the top of my head. At this timestamp, you know, this dentist, this millionaire dentist, is talking about how he did everything himself before hiring anyone to do it for him. So he learned how to do it himself first, and you can hear him say that at this timestamp. And so this is how you do research: is we find the categories and we bucket them together, and then we go out on a specific day and we find our sources and we watch them and learn from them and then note down what we've learned. And then this way you create this index of notes that are categorized and, you know, dated. And if you want to go back to the source, you can. You know, I know this works because this is literally what I did. I haven't learned this from anyone, by the way. I haven't like taken this. I had to create this process myself because there's no process. There's no process out there that I found that actually works except from this one for proper niche research. So yeah, you can use that. Right. Step 1, immersive community. So this is your secret weapon. Like the single best strategy that I've found for niche research is this. Everything else, if you just do this and you really nail this, you can throw the rest of it out the window. You shouldn't, but this is fucking, this thing slaps. Like, this is the easiest way to learn your niche, right? We're gonna do it all, but this is the first thing to do. So what we wanna do is create a free community for members of your niche to join. So we're gonna make a community. And the reason we're making this community is because you're gonna be able to observe interactions, ask questions, and potentially even host Zoom calls to observe your niche closely. This is of extreme importance, right? So the rest of your niche research strategy will feed into this community. So what we're doing is we're creating a group, and we're going to invite people to this group. We're going to host it in School because School has the best user interface, and it will give you the most engagement and interaction. And School is, by the way, the platform that you're watching these videos on right now, so you can tell it works, which is why we use it. And what you're going to do is you're going to create this community, and throughout your entire research process, you're going to add people to this community, and you're going to invite people, and it's going to grow, and it's going to flourish, and people are going to post in it. You can host Zoom calls with the community. You can message everyone in the community, like directly on School, and ask them about things. This is like the flywheel. So what you want to do is head over to this link here and log into School. Now, you're probably already logged into School if you're watching this video. So if I just come here like this, it will ask me to create an account, but you should have a School account, so you can just log in. So click login, and then just log in with your account, the same account you're using to access these videos. Then you want to name your community. Now, you need to have a payment, so it's $97 a month. There's a 14-day free trial, so you know you're going to be good for like 2 weeks anyway. But it's $100 a month. Now, I know this is a cost, and it might hurt a little, but trust me, like this is going to pay you back 100,000 times over in the future. Like, remember how important this niche research thing is. I know it's like $100 a month. Like, oh, I want to get started with no money. Like, if you can't be bothered investing $100 a month in your business, you're probably not going to get very far. Like, you know, if you're working like a normal job for like, you know, I don't know, $15 an hour, then just work an extra 6 hours a month. Like, trust me, $100 a month to invest in a community that's really going to help you understand your niche. Like, just do it. I know you might be like, oh, I don't know if I need to do it or not. It's like $97, but like if you can't, if you're not willing to risk $97 a month, like how the hell are you going to start this thing? And you know, this it's also a good accountability technique because now you're spending money. Trust me, I'm going to keep this program as lean as possible. And you already know about the cost of this program, right? I'm not here to profit off you, but if I tell you that you need something, you need it, right? So there are going to be a few softwares throughout this program that you're going to have to invest in, but they're never going to cost you much, but you need them. So yeah, basically that's all I'm telling you, right? You kind of need to have them. So keeping it as cheap as possible for you, but still some things do require some cost. So name your community, set your community up, set your payment up, and you can call your community anything you want. So, you know, if you're in the binge eating niche, you'd call it overcoming binge eating, or, you know, binge eaters recover or something. Or if you're in the dental niche, you could call it like, you know, dentists unite, or, you know, wisdom for dentists, and then you make it like a wisdom tooth logo. I don't bloody know. I don't know. You can call it whatever you want, right? Doesn't really matter. So head over to your community settings and go to general. So inside of School, you know, you'll see a little option for settings in School, and if you can't find it, just look for 2 minutes because it's a very straightforward platform. Go to your general settings. You want to format the community. You know, don't overthink this. I don't want to see anyone spending 3 days on a School group logo because you don't need one. But, you know, go and grab a cover photo, write a description, put the initials in. This shouldn't take you more than 10 minutes. If it does, then you're spending too much time on it. Make the group public and update the settings, navigate to tabs and turn the classroom and the calendar off. So you can go to, you know, School will by default have a classroom and calendar feature, but if you don't want that, which you probably don't, then you can turn them off. And then you can check other settings. So there might be other settings in School because while I'm making this video now, and by the time you watch this, School might have updated itself. So, you know, just use your brain. School is a very intuitive platform, and you can go to the settings of your community that you've just created and configure them so that they make sense. Make sure it's free, make sure it's named properly, and you're pretty much good to go, okay? So now you have your community platform ready to go. So we're not actually going to be inviting people to this yet, but what you're going to do now is every single interaction you have with someone in this research phase, which is basically going to be a 60-day research phase, then you're going to invite them to the community for free. So if you talk to someone in your niche on Reddit about, you know, the problem they're facing, then you can say, oh, by the way, I'm in this community. It might be good if you joined it as well. Maybe you'll find some value in it, right? It's free. So every time you talk to someone in your niche, every time that you engage with a YouTube comment in your niche, you can just plug your community. And the goal is really going to be over the next 60 days to get like, you know, 30, 40, 50 to 100 people in this thing. And then it's going to be this cool little tight-knit group. And if you can get 30 people in a group and they're all the same, then you can extrapolate your understanding and project your understanding of those 30 people onto like 30,000. It's a very powerful thing to do. So do not underestimate how important this is. Set it up, you've got 14 days before it will bill you, and as you do research, you're going to add people to this group, okay? So keep this group forever, and I really mean this. Like, yeah, it's a cost, but over time, you could have thousands of people in this group, from referrals, lost sales calls. If you're making content, you can send people to this group. You want to just continuously work to fill this thing up. Now, I will note one thing, that the link that I'm providing you here is an affiliate link. So if you sign up through this link, then I will receive an affiliate commission, although it's not all that significant, but I figured, why not? You're going to do it anyway, right? So there we go. So one thing that's really, really important is that this community will make you more money if you leave it alone and don't pitch or sell. So this is the biggest mistake people make with their free communities that I see, is they're always in there pitching or selling. Like, if you just use this community to better understand your niche, then you can use that understanding, this organic, raw understanding, to improve every system in your business in terms of acquisition. But the second you start pitching or selling in your community is the second that this community will die. Like, it will just die. It will just not work. So you want to keep it pitch free, and you know, it's going to grow. It's going to make you more money by providing constant new niche and avatar insights. So I'm not going to give you like a SOP on how to run this community, because it's pretty self-explanatory. You just start inviting people to it that you talk to, and you just aim for like 30 to 50 members, and then you get really active in there. And then you start messaging people, and you know, you just manage it in the same way that you manage a group of friends. And hopefully you don't need instructions on how to do that. But you want to keep it forever. You want to keep growing it. So step 2 is immersive internet. So once we've done step 1, which is building this community and, you know, getting a bunch of people together in the same niche so we can just see them interact and understand them and talk to them directly, the next thing we have is immersive internet. So now you're going to essentially be going undercover. Okay, so you're going to become a spy. On the internet, you're going to be acting as a member of your niche. So you want to become a member of your niche as far as algorithms, platforms, and other users of the internet are concerned. So what we're going to do here is go undercover. You're going to create social profiles and an internet presence as if you were a member of the niche. And what we're going to do is we're going to immerse you in the world of the niche, at least in the internet term. So let me explain. So step 2.1 is to create an alias in your niche. So you're either going to pick male or female, and then age. So how old is your avatar? So you should know enough about your niche to know if they're majority men or women, and if they're majority, like how old they are, right? So like, for example, if you're working with bodybuilders, then you're more, like if you're working with female bodybuilders and that's your niche, in their middle age, then you're going to pick a woman and be like 40, right? Or 50. And then you're going to pick a name. This can be anything. I've just given 2 random examples here, so just name them. It shouldn't be your name. And then ethnicity. So you're going to pick, like, what's their ethnicity? Are they Asian, Hispanic, Caucasian, white, black, you know, whatever. So then you want to pick 4 things based on your niche and what they look like. So of these 4 things, so pick them, male or female, how old, what age, and what ethnicity. So pick these 4 things based on your niche and what they look like. So once you've done this, and you sort of do this right now, you know, pick pen and paper, like who are you creating, then you want to create a Gmail for this person, right? So just go to, you know, gmail.com and then create a new Google account for this person. And then what you want to do is head over to this website and generate a photo of your alias. So this website is called This Person Does Not Exist. And this is an AI tool. And what it will do is it will generate a human face that doesn't exist. So you're not going to get in trouble for, you know, using any of these, because, well, these people aren't real. So if you pick female, and, you know, you want a female who's, you know, between 19 and 25 years old, and you want a Indian woman, I'd refresh this. And then what this tool will do is it will give you, you know, a person, you know, and then what you can do is you can zoom out a little bit, and then now you've got a profile picture. And if you don't like what it's given you, then you can refresh it, and it will give you another one. It should. Well, it didn't. That's bad. Let's just increase the age a little bit. Yep. So there you go. Right. So it will give you a random face, which you can now zoom out to see. And then what you can do is you can screenshot this face like this, and now you have a profile picture for everything. And if you need the picture to be a bit smaller, you can zoom out a lot, and then you can just, you know, do like this. Okay. And that will give you a profile picture for your alias. So now now you're putting a face to the name, so to speak, which is kind of cool. Let's just get rid of these. Okay. So you want to save this photo to your desktop, your Chrome profile, etc. So the next thing we need to do is actually open a new Chrome profile. So you should be using Google Chrome. If you're using any other browser, then, well, you shouldn't. You should just use Google Chrome because it's the most efficient. And so what you want to do is create a Chrome profile. So open Google Chrome and create a new profile. So if you come up to these 3 little dots, you'll see where it says signed in here, okay? And what you want to do is click on this, and I'm not going to click on it because it has my information on it. You want to click on this, and then it will give you the option to create a new Chrome profile. So you can see this here. Click where it says signed in, and then create a new Chrome profile, okay? And you want to sign into this new Chrome profile using your alias Gmail that you've just created, okay? So from now on, you must only use this profile for your undercover work. So what we've done in step 2 is created this fake person who's going to be infiltrating the niche. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend all of our time on the internet as this person, at least surrounding our niche. The reason we create a new Chrome profile is so that your current social media profiles, you know, that are assigned to your identity and who you are right now, they're all biased, and you're going to see information relevant to you because you're in your own niche. But if we create a new Chrome profile and a new email and a new alias, and we only use that on this new Chrome profile, now we can start to engineer the social media algorithms and the advertising algorithms to show us what our niche would see, okay? And this will become clear. So the next step is to create social profiles using your new Chrome profile in Gmail. So remember, any research you do, any undercover work, we're going to be doing on our Chrome profile relevant to our alias. So you go into your new Chrome profile, logged into this alias, and you're going to create social media accounts. So you're going to create LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, Telegram, Discord, Pinterest, etc. So any platforms that your niche hang around on, you're going to create this on, you know. So if you work with like middle-aged dentists, you're not going to bother with TikTok or Telegram, but probably LinkedIn and Facebook, right? So use your brain and create social profiles using the new Chrome profile. The next thing is to make your profiles look real. So you want to add old profile pictures, you know, like pictures of like some nature or something, cover photos, posts, descriptions, etc. So you want to make your profiles that you just created look real, like a real human. And then once you've done this and made them look real, you open up all these social profiles and you want to imagine that you're in your niche. So put yourself in your niche's shoes. Where